Let me explain part A. This slide explains how we analyze the main factors influencing the framework. In key force analytic priorities, considering environmental and operational factors, earlier analytics mainly supported expansion and customer acquisition. Now the focus have shifted from growth to retention, behavior to experience, content to personalization, and guesswork to data-driven decisions. This slide demonstrates how analytics supports the entire customer life cycle, how analytics be applied across the customer journey from acquisition to churn. During acquisition, getting them to sign up using smart marketing and content insights. In the engagement phase, keeping them watching for retention, stopping them from leaving using churn prediction. Finally, during churn, winning them back if they do leave through exit analysis and target campaigns. In a competitive streaming environment, recommendation quality directly impacts retention. Cineway proposes a hybrid recommendation strategy combining collaborative filtering and content-based filtering. Our swipe model recommendation system strengthens this by capturing both likes and dislikes early. Let's start part B now. This predictive model mainly depends on past behavioral data, but creative success and cultural resonance are difficult to quantify. In new or diverse markets, historical data may not exist, making prediction less reliable. A dual signal framework combining behavioral analytics, what users do with experience analytics, how users feel. Our suggestions are to create local creative advisory panel, small pilot content releases, measure CSAT before scaling, market selection, and genre identification. This slide explains how Cinewave balances personalization with user trust. The core principle is to treat data usage as a trust decision, not just legal compliance. Cinewave should follow ethical practices like consent-based data collection, transparent controls, and well-being dashboards, while avoiding dark patterns such as autoplay manipulation or excessive nudging. The goal is healthy personalization, where increased watch time is supported by higher CSAT. This approach builds long-term trust and ensures ethical and legal safe analytics. Over to Sabarmati.
Can you please unmute yourself? Yes.
I'll continue with a strategy to expand into the new Asian markets. Here we have three parts, namely data infrastructure track, content intelligence track, and competitive differentiation track. Under the data infrastructure track, we build an machine language system which captures the data locally within the device in compliance with the data privacy laws. Under the content intelligence track, we invest in pilot low-cost local content first rather than investing in a large project to manage financial risks. Under the competitive differentiation track, we optimize the mobile-first CES for markets like India and Indonesia. Also, we support local payments like GPay for India and PayPay for Japan. This slide reveals the structural vulnerability in the data-driven operating model. This model is over-optimized for acquisition of newer customers rather than retaining the existing customers. The model is over-dependent on data access of the customers alone. Yeah, the data analytics gap definitely creates a churn prediction blind spot. Here, the engagement signal masks the dissatisfaction signal of the customers. Therefore, integration of the CSAT and CES data with the behavioral data is a must. Also, In this, we can see the content diversity is limited due to the over-reliance on the recommendation systems. Over-personalization improves short-term engagement by providing relevant content to the users, but in the long term, it harms the diversity and innovation of the platform and the content creators. So, customer data analytics alone is no longer a fully defensible competitive moat. Therefore, integrating the behavioral and experience analytics data with the real-time decision-making system is a solution. This is a solution called the swipe-based recommendation system as designed by my teammate Akshya. It has its own unique advantages of solving the churn prediction blind spot by capturing real intent. It also improves scorecard accuracy as it is very much required for entering into new markets. By analyzing this SimWave case study, we have come to the conclusion that technology alone will not make us unique in this competitive market. Rather, how we execute the technology and enhance the user experience. Thus, our solutions, web-based recommendation system, and building an ML system will definitely enhance the user experience and help us expand globally and retain customers. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Tintu, for the presentation. Over to you, judges.
May I? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Team 2, it was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I have few recommendations. Like instead of going for a pestle analysis,
Yes, sir.
why didn't you consider a Porter analysis? Because pestle analysis is an external analyzing the external environment. But
Yes, sir.
since Cinewave is having an issue with its internal factors, I would recommend a Porter analysis would be the primary analysis that is required for Cinewave as of now. Western analysis, I'm not saying Western is not a usage right now, but Porter is primarily the one where you need to find out your own environmental issues. Let's say the bargaining power of buyers or the bargaining power of suppliers, something like that. That's Porter's five forces. That is one thing. And I just wanted to ask: is it going to be the CD wave case study for all the 15 teams? Is it only one case study?
Yes, sir. One case study for all the teams.
Okay, we didn't have that plan. We thought it's going to be different case studies.
Actually, I have one answer, sir. So as we are here, we are just sticking with the question for this part A. So here they have actually mentioned to use the pistol framework, but we have already applied the Porter's 5 and we have submitted a Word document already.
All
So
right.
you can find that over there. But
All
here
right.
we are just sticking with the question.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Fine. Thank you. I'm done. Over to the other judges, please.
Thank you, sir.
Babu sir, you want to go next or I can go? Okay, I'll go next. This Shiva here. See, overall, what I liked about this presentation is the presentation was good. The framework concept was good. But few way of communication can be better. You are using websites and all, so you need to use the correct term of streaming platform or OTT. The common content presentation is missing, and the presentation is very high level. I don't see any depth in technical solutions. Okay. And second thing is you are speaking about data governance. So data governance is not only about data compliances. Data lineage is missing, metadata management is missing. So those kind of technical concepts are missing because it's a streaming platform. You are going to deal with a huge volume of data, that too unstructured data, bit of structured data, only that is metadata. Those kind of conceptual data points are missing. Second thing is when you speak about the OTT platform is more kind of unstructured data. So how you are going to handle the data governance, metadata management, how you are going to, the user is going to query the data and how the metadata works in using a technical platform, that is completely missing. And then also I don't see any architecture diagram. What kind of technical platforms you are going to use? For example, you are going to use Google Cloud or you are going to use Amazon. In case Amazon, what you are going to use? Redshift. Those kind of deep informations are missing.
Okay.
Okay, so that those are my observations. I think so it can be little better. Okay, thank you.
Sir, I have an answer for that, sir.
Yeah, sure.
So for the data collection part, so we are actually collecting the data inside the on device using an ML program, and the sine wave can't able to publish their CSAT and CES data to the user. They have already implemented download your data thing, which only just gives the basic data which they have actually collected. So the CSAT and CES is like they are keeping that as a secret source. So we just split it that as you just collect the data but keep that inside the phone with the ML language. And as this is a PPT, we just simplified that stuffs, but we have implemented everything like SDLC, how we can implement the AWS we are using and all. We have just mentioned everything in our Word document, sir.
Hey, I'm not speaking about data collection here. Primarily, you need to understand. I am speaking about data processing. How you are going to process the collected data, how
Okay.
you are going to process the stored OTT data. For example, whether it is a movie or any kind of content related data, how you are going to manage it, how you are going to process it.
Okay.
Okay. So data
Okay.
collection is never an issue, but I'm not seeing any solution how you are going to handle your unstructured data. Okay,
Okay.
and nowhere in your presentation I saw you spoke about structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data. I'm not seeing that because as a OTT platform, you will deal 90% with unstructured data. Okay, it will be like a videos and those kind of concepts. So those kind of concepts are completely missing. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, boss. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Yes, may we proceed? Okay. Thank you, team, for your presentation.
Thank
you
you.
for the
Thank you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Let me stop
Thank you,
sharing.
Alisha.
This is to inform you, judges, that Team 3 will not be presenting today.
So when we need to reconnect after what is the next session starting time?
So it will be at 10:30.
10:30. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Directorate of Online and Distance Education, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. The journey of our SRM online education. Transforming education through online innovation and academic excellence. SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattangulattur, stands today as one of India's leading institutions of higher education, research and innovation. Established in 1985 by the visionary Dr. T. R. Parivender, Chancellor, the university has grown into a global center of excellence that nurtures innovation, leadership, and knowledge creation. With a large community of students and a strong team of dedicated faculty members, SRM Group of Institutions, with its 8 campuses across India, offers programs in engineering, management, medicine, science, law, agriculture, and humanities, serving as a multidisciplinary hub for holistic learning. Guided by the visionary leadership of Dr. Ravi Pachamuttu, Pro-Chancellor Administration, Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Pro-Chancellor Academics, Dr. C. Muttamil Vice Chancellor, and Dr. S. Ponnusamy, Registrar. The university continues to achieve remarkable milestones in academic excellence and institutional distinction. The university has been awarded the National Assessment and Accreditation Council A++ accreditation, ranked among the top 20 universities in India by NIRF, and holds a consistent position in global rankings such as QS and Times Higher Education. With a vision to learn, leap, lead, SRM IST continues to transform education through technology and global standards. Carrying forward this legacy of excellence, SRM IST introduced SRM Online Education, a platform that redefines learning in the digital era. Guided by Dr. Manoranjan Ponram, Director of SRM Online Education, the initiative bridges the gap between traditional classroom learning and modern flexibility. SRM Online empowers learners across India and abroad to pursue UGC entitled Online Degrees and Certificate Programs, backed by the same academic rigor, experienced faculty, and innovative pedagogy that define SRM Online. Content development is a carefully structured process involving academic experts, instructional designers, and media professionals. Each course is designed to ensure industry relevance, conceptual clarity, and interactive engagement. Faculty record video lectures in high-end studios, while academic coordinators curate learning materials, case studies, and assessments. Every module is reviewed for quality, ensuring that online learners receive the same enriching experience as their on-campus counterparts. A robust learning management system serves as the backbone of SRM Online Education. The student community of SRM Online is rapidly expanding, welcoming learners from diverse professional, regional, and global backgrounds. Dedicated student support teams handle academic and technical queries with personalized attention. A query management system and a help desk ensure that every learner's concern is addressed efficiently. From admission to certification, SRM Online's learner-centric approach ensures that every student feels connected, supported, and guided throughout their journey. SRM Online Education, entitled by the University Grants Commission under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, strictly follows the Distance Education Bureau regulations, and its programs are at par with the regular degrees. The programs are designed to empower working professionals, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners, combining academic excellence with flexibility and affordability. Graduates of online education have advanced in their careers, switched domains, and even pursued higher education internationally, a testament to SRM's credibility and quality. From its sprawling campus at Kattangulathur to the virtual classrooms reaching every corner of the world, we continue to inspire and innovate. With a legacy of excellence and a future driven by digital transformation, online education is not just an alternative, it is the next evolution in learning. SRM Online, reaching the unreached, inspiring the future. Thank you. Directorate of Online and Distance Education, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. The journey of our SRM online education. Transforming education through online innovation and academic excellence. SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattangulathur, stands today as one of India's leading institutions of higher education, research and innovation. Established in 1985 by the visionary Dr. T.R. Parivendar, Chancellor, the university has grown into a global center of excellence that nurtures innovation, leadership, and knowledge creation. With a large community of students and a strong team of dedicated faculty members, SRM Group of Institutions, with its 8 campuses across India, offers programs in engineering, management, medicine, science, law, agriculture, and humanities, serving as a multidisciplinary hub for holistic learning. Guided by the visionary leadership of Dr. Ravi Pachamuttu, Pro-Chancellor Administration, Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Pro-Chancellor Academics, Dr. C. Muttamilselvan, Vice-Chancellor, and Dr. S. Ponnusamy, Registrar. The university continues to achieve remarkable milestones in academic excellence and institutional distinction. The university has been awarded the National Assessment and Accreditation Council A++ accreditation, ranked among the top 20 universities in India by NIRF, and holds a consistent position in global rankings such as QS and Times Higher Education. With a vision to learn, leap, lead, SRM IST continues to transform education through technology and global standards. Carrying forward this legacy of excellence, SRM IST introduced SRM Online Education, a platform that redefines learning in the digital era. Guided by Dr. Manoranjan Ponram, Director of SRM Online Education, the initiative bridges the gap between traditional classroom learning and modern flexibility. SRM Online empowers learners across India and abroad to pursue UGC entitled Online Degrees and Certificate Programs, backed by the same academic rigor, experienced faculty, and innovative pedagogy that define SRM Online. Content development is a carefully structured process involving academic experts, instructional designers, and media professionals. Each course is designed to ensure industry relevance, conceptual clarity, and interactive engagement. Faculty record video lectures in high-end studios, while academic coordinators curate learning materials, case studies, and assessments. Every module is reviewed for quality, ensuring that online learners receive the same enriching experience as their on-campus counterparts. A robust learning management system serves as the backbone of SRM Online Education. The student community of SRM Online is rapidly expanding, welcoming learners from diverse professional, regional, and global backgrounds. Dedicated student support teams handle academic and technical queries with personalized attention. A query management system and a help desk ensure that every learner's concern is addressed efficiently. From admission to certification, SRM Online's learner-centric approach ensures that every student feels connected, supported, and guided throughout their journey. SRM Online Education, entitled by the University Grants Commission under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, strictly follows the Distance Education Bureau regulations, and its programs are at par with the regular degrees. The programs are designed to empower working professionals, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners, combining academic excellence with flexibility and affordability. Graduates of online education have advanced in their careers, switched domains, and even pursued higher education internationally, a testament to SRM's credibility and quality. From its sprawling campus at Kattangulathur to the virtual classrooms reaching every corner of the world, we continue to inspire and innovate. With a legacy of excellence and a future driven by digital transformation, online education is not just an alternative, It is the next evolution in learning. SRM Online, reaching the unreached, inspiring the future. Thank you. Directorate of Online and Distance Education, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. The journey of our SRM Online Education. Transforming education through online innovation and academic excellence. SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattangulathur, stands today as one of India's leading institutions of higher education, research and innovation. Established in 1985 by the visionary Dr. T.R. Parivender, Chancellor, the university has grown into a global center of excellence that nurtures innovation, leadership, and knowledge creation. With a large community of students and a strong team of dedicated faculty members, SRM Group of Institutions, with its 8 campuses across India, offers programs in engineering, management, medicine, science, law, agriculture, and humanities, serving as a multidisciplinary hub for holistic learning. Guided by the visionary leadership of Dr. Ravi Pachamuttu, Pro-Chancellor Administration, Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Pro-Chancellor Academics, Dr. C. Muttamilselvan, Vice-Chancellor, and Dr. S. Ponnusamy, Registrar. The university continues to achieve remarkable milestones in academic excellence and institutional distinction. The university has been awarded the National Assessment and Accreditation Council A++ accreditation, ranked among the top 20 universities in India by NIRF, and holds a consistent position in global rankings such as QS and Times Higher Education. With a vision to learn, leap, lead, SRM IST continues to transform education through technology and global standards. Carrying forward this legacy of excellence, SRM IST introduced SRM Online Education, a platform that redefines learning in the digital era. Guided by Dr. Manoranjan Ponram, Director of SRM Online Education, the initiative bridges the gap between traditional classroom learning and modern flexibility. SRM Online empowers learners across India and abroad to pursue UGC entitled Online Degrees and Certificate Programs, backed by the same academic rigor, experienced faculty, and innovative pedagogy that define SRM Online. Content development is a carefully structured process involving academic experts, instructional designers, and media professionals. Each course is designed to ensure industry relevance, conceptual clarity, and interactive engagement. Faculty record video lectures in high-end studios, while academic coordinators curate learning materials, case studies, and assessments. Every module is reviewed for quality, ensuring that online learners receive the same enriching experience as their on-campus counterparts. A robust learning management system serves as the backbone of SRM Online Education. The student community of SRM Online is rapidly expanding, welcoming learners from diverse professional, regional, and global backgrounds. Dedicated student support teams handle academic and technical queries with personalized attention. A query management system and a help desk ensure that every learner's concern is addressed efficiently. From admission to certification, SRM Online's learner-centric approach ensures that every student feels connected, supported, and guided throughout their journey. SRM Online Education, entitled by the University Grants Commission under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, strictly follows the Distance Education Bureau regulations, and its programs are at par with the regular degrees. The programs are designed to empower working professionals, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners, combining academic excellence with flexibility and affordability. Graduates of online education have advanced in their careers, switched domains, and even pursued higher education internationally, a testament to SRM's credibility and quality. From its sprawling campus at Kattangulathur to the virtual classrooms reaching every corner of the world, we continue to inspire and innovate. With a legacy of excellence and a future driven by digital transformation, online education is not just an alternative, it is the next evolution in learning. SRM Online, reaching the unreached, inspiring the future. Thank you.
instruction to all the participants. General instruction, I think we have been given you a Google form. Okay, so in the Google form, the voting will be conducted. Okay, so in YouTube, you can't able to do. There's some technical issues going on that one. So we have been given the track 1 and track 2 separate. YouTube is going on, live session is going on. You can share to your friends. For voting, you can give your Google form on that one, which is tagged in your YouTube itself, and also in your chat box also. In Zoom chat box also, it have been tagged on that one. Okay, so you can able to clear, you can able to pass this message. Technical team, Sasi sir or Prabhakar sir, are you there? Can you put this one in your Zoom chat also? The Google form can be given even in your Zoom chat also, so that you can pass to your friends and you can start voting on that one. Apart from that, we are circulating even to your college classmates on that one. You can also pass a message to your classmates. Okay, thank you. When is the next presentation, Alisha, or what time?
10:30, sir. We'll begin with team 4.
Yeah, ask them to be ready on that one, right? Okay.
Yes. Let us continue with Team 4. Team 4, you may begin your presentation.
Yes. Ajmala, can you share your screen? Ajmala, you're on mute. Okay, let me share my screen. Just a minute. Sorry for the delay. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible. Can you just go to the next slide? Whether we wanted to make sure whether the slides are visible. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
visible.
I'm
Please.
showing that it's visible, right? Yeah, thank you. So we are team four with young and energetic, vibrant team with students from different departments clubbed together to do the case study analysis for the Cinewave. Ajmala, over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are Team 4. Today we will present how sine wave built a strong data-driven competitive advantage and the challenges it faces today. We also cover solutions to make this model sustainable. Okay. Sineways is a streaming platform that has evolved over 2 decades. Its key strength is using data analytics to drive decisions from content to personalization. But now, this data driven model is being tested. Strategic reinvention. Sineways has continuously reinvented itself from DVD to streaming to data driven content. Its biggest advantage is understanding user behavior at scale. This created a strong competitive mode. Next. Then we'll talk about key challenges. However, Sideway now faces 4 major challenges. That is cyber growth plateau, that is the first one. And second one is intensifying competitive pressure. And third, content cost escalation. And fourth, data privacy and regulatory risk. These challenges expose cracks in the data-driven model. Next. Pestle analysis. We analyze why sine wave relies on heavily on analytics, where P stands for political, which means helps track regulations. E, economic, improves retention and CLV. S, social, personalization. T, technological, predictive analytics. L, legal, must follow privacy laws. E, environmental, improves efficiency. So data is a central across all dimensions. Next, customer journey analytics. Signway uses analytics at every stage: onboarding, engagement, and retention. This helps personalize user experience and reduce churn. Next, filtering techniques. 2 main techniques are used: collaborative filtering which is definitely based on similar users. Content-based filtering, based on user preferences. Together, they power recommendations. Now, I will hand over to Sandhya.
So coming to the next part, which is strategic solution for the content, ethics, and global expansion. So the objective here is to focus on the content failures and balance the personalization and ethics, which means without crossing the ethical or privacy laws, and dominate the global growth. Here, the high completion views, high views doesn't mean the real satisfaction, and hence we need to for the pilot videos we need to pause the videos if the customer satisfaction score is less than 4.0, and we need to observe the low CSAT in the cultural clusters as well, and we need to consider abandonment CES, which is the effort score while testing, and fix any localization issues that is there. And we need to prefer over maximum views over maximum retention via satisfaction. Personalization versus ethical overreach. So we need to ensure that the personalization doesn't become intrusive to the customer, and also ensure the privacy laws are not violated while collecting the data. And we can use different measures like engagement velocity, CES spike to stop aggressive recommendations, and we can have a why this is recommended toggle in the uh, mobile streaming apps. So for the global expansion, the context is here to diverse the privacy norms for each region or each countries, and we prefer mobile first streaming. Then we recommend using the modular and privacy first architecture where we use federated learning, low bandwidth streaming with local caching, and also we need to you micro segment the customers. So the key takeaway here is data is not only a moat if it is ethical, and data is only a moat if it is ethical and context aware. We need to be ethical, and we also need to aware about the context where it is being used. So another solution or another suggestion is that we need to create a wellness aware recommendation where the user doesn't do more binge watching. So we can suggest them if it exceeds some hours. The user can set their own preference in the app, and we can suggest them that they have been binge watching based on the analytics that is collected. And also we can tell them why this is here in the app by stating that the same preference user have been watching, preferring, liking these content. So part C, critical evaluation. Again, I would like to recap the 4 challenges that the Cinewave faces, which is subscriber growth plateau, competitive pressure, content cost escalation, and privacy and regulations. So here the dependency is too much on the behavioral data rather than considering the customer satisfaction scores as well. So as stated already, we need to adapt, we need to not just only check the high completion rate, but we need to check the satisfaction score as well. We can also use the post viewing CSAT and then consider renewing the season 2 videos, or considering specializing the content. So we have understood some financial impact simulation. So if the recommended solutions are applied, then it'll increase the customer lifetime value. So millions in retention value, the churn will be reduced, and we also the recommendation accuracy also will increase to 85%. So, as stated, there is a gap in the analytics that is collected. The experience analytics is not considered in the predictive models that is being applied. So, it should be a combination of both behavioral and experience analytics when we recommend any videos to the user. So we need to ensure that our recommendation engine doesn't cause the echo chambers, diversity loss, and fatigue risk. So here this highlights about the churn blind spot recommendation engine risk, which is like when we show the same content, same kind of content as recommendations to the user, they might get bored in the long term and start the churn retention, the churn rate might increase because of this. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for the presentation. Over to you, judges.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. It's a nice presentation. Uh, but does this team have an idea of what exactly the CityWave company does in general?
Sir, I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Can
Uh,
you
uh,
volume?
do you have an idea of what does the CityWave company actually do?
Yes, sir. They create content and they publish that in their streaming platforms for the customers, end customers.
You said there is a huge decline in the subscriber rate since 2022, correct?
Yes,
But uh, but I could see that there are other OTT platforms or the competitors of CineWave had a great boom since 2022. So could you
yes,
explain why this failed and the competitor had a growth? For example, Netflix. We didn't have Netflix in the past recent years. Netflix is an American-based company, but how did
yes,
Netflix had the opportunity to grab it in the Indian market? Because we Indians would be not be ready for and 100 rupees increase in a channel. Let's say we had
yes,
cable connection.
connection.
If that is 100 rupees increased, people would disconnect it. But now in the Indian market, people are ready to pay 200 rupees per month for Netflix subscription. It goes to around
Yes.
1,500 rupees per month. What went wrong with Cinewave in 2022 that led to an opportunity for Netflix to go for an expansion, let's say diversified expansion, and the current net worth of Netflix is more than 81 billion.
Yes.
So
So as per my yeah, from my perspective, I think it is the localization of the content, the segmentation. If we see Netflix, there is more content for different customer age groups. If suppose we consider age as a factor dimension, so we have different content for different age groups, and
mhm,
the content is also localized. It is not just the English content. It is for each region we have, especially in India, we are very diverse and we have many languages. So they have tried to reach the local people by showing their content. They preferred for Tamilians, it's Tamil films are there, Tamil series are there, and they do also create their own original content which is not available in any other platform.
mhm.
So some movies are available both in Netflix and Amazon, like that. But the original content is available only in Netflix, and they have games also for the younger people to attract the younger age group audience. So this is one of the major reason I see that Netflix has grown and Cinewave has not grown.
All right, fine, fine. Thank you. So over to the next judge. Thank you.
Says Babu sir is there.
Sir, I think he's not available. Sir, you may proceed, sir.
Okay, okay, I can proceed. Perfect. See, overall, what I see in this team is the algorithm perspective of the presentation is very good. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
But apart from that, the quality of the presentation, the flow of the presentation is very not up to the mark. And I feel the initial people, I think so, they're reading the content, except Sandhya Devi was more algorithm oriented, but I don't see anything on technically depth. It's completely missing. Solution component is completely missing. And you are using certain pictures from Google, but whenever you are doing presentations, you are aligned to copyright. So you need to be aware of it when you are using any copy paste content from Google's. And
Okay,
the
sir. Sure, sir.
presentation was very, very high level. I didn't see any technical details explained. See, basically, the team should understand when you are given a case study or use cases, you should start with your problem statement. You need to map your problem statement with the business statement. Then you need to have a solution components. You need to have a architecture. Then you need to map your solution and the problem statement. Then you need to have a conclusion, then benefits, then how you'll solve the problem. I didn't see anything in any of the presentations. Okay, so primarily this was
Okay,
more
sir.
algorithm related, AI related, but the base of data was completely missing. Okay, so that's my
Okay,
take.
sir.
I think so. You need to this team. I felt this team completely missed on the way of presentation and focused more on algorithms rather than the solutions. Okay,
Noted, sir.
that's my take.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, team. Team 5, please wait for your turn. We will call you. I invite Team 5 to proceed.
Is it visible?
Yes, I.
Good morning, everyone. I am presenting Cinewave's strategic growth plan. This case focuses on how Cinewave can move beyond pure data-driven decisions and build sustainable growth by combining analytics, creativity, and ethical practices. In today's saturated market, data alone is not enough. We need differentiation through experience. So Cinewave is currently strong in foundations. It has solid user base and data-driven content strategy. However, it is at a critical crossroads. Means there is strong competition and the growth is slowing. It is very clear. And the current analytics model is reaching its limits. So the key question is, how can Cinewave evolve? Our answer is move toward a balanced strategy of analytics, creativity, and ethics. There are 8 major forces slowing Cinewave's growth that are listed clearly in the presentation. Now, I am going to group them into 3 major buckets. The first one is market pressure. The market is already saturated, the competition is rising, and the content costs are so much higher. The next one is customer challenges. There is a decision fatigue among the consumers where they couldn't choose clearly what they want to watch when they have time and they are sitting leisurely to watch. And the second one is behavioral gap. We know what the users watch, but we don't know why they are watching. The third major problem is privacy concerns. And the other 3 problems that are listed, namely privacy concerns, personalization limits. Overall, this is the key problems. Cinewave is data rich, but insight poor, and users are overwhelmed. Here we have used 2 major analysis, which include pestle and porters. So we have concluded to an analysis which include there is high rivalry among the competitors and high consumer power. Users can easily have options and they can easily switch, and there is high supplier power. The producers or the main studios have control over the content. This has come to a conclusion that Cinewave cannot win on content alone. So they need a competitive advantage to continue or sustain in the market. So we have chosen a specific strategy that is called blue ocean strategy. So red ocean strategy is basically fighting with the competitors, continuing in the same market and continuing to fight in the same market. But blue ocean strategy is applied to escape competition. Shifting from content wars to experience innovation. We propose to eliminate content overload, reduce decision fatigue, raise emotional connection and relevance, and create mood-based discovery and interactive content. So instead of asking the consumers what content to produce, we ask how you feel while watching a content. Internally, Cinewave is strong in analytics, has a loyal user base, but the key weaknesses include over dependence on data. Opportunities are regional markets where they can go localized and some short form content. The threats are global competition, changing user preference. So this reinforces and makes our solution strong. They should surely move from scale to smart, localized, experience-driven growth. Our strategy is based on 6 major pillars. Smart personalization, not just algorithms, but mood-based discovery. The next one is churn reduction. Predict and retain users before they leave. The next one is regional expansion. Invest in local content. Content optimization. Balance high cost and high engagement content. Ethical data practices where they should be more transparent, that will build more trust in the consumers, reducing the churn rate. And then UX innovation, simpler interactive AI powered experience. Together these shift Cinewave from a data platform to an experience platform. We implement this in 3 phases. So first 6 months we improve UI and UX and recommendations, and the next 6 months, which is midterm, we try to expand regional content and introduce freemium, and then there is long term. Within 1 to 3 years, Cinewave can scale AI and use machine learning that is more specific and original content. This will help them quick win and then to withstand in the market. So this strategy delivers immeasurable impact, higher engagement, increased LTV, reduced churn that leads to lower CAC, sustainable growth over 3 years, strong top 3 competitive position, so we can move from short-term gains to long-term advantage. To conclude, Cinewave's future lies in combining analytics, creativity, and ethics, which we have uh, explained in the first slide. Now it is evident and clear that analytics, creativity, and ethics need to be concentrated for Cinewave's next chapter. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I thank my team 5, and I thank student coordinators, staff coordinators, and the judges for giving me such a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Team 5. Over to you, judges.
Vijay, you want to go first? Okay, I'll start first. Shiva here. See,
Yeah, sure.
what I liked in this presentation is the executive summary was good. The 8 forces, 3 buckets was good. Then how you explain the SWOT analysis, then the short-term, mid-term goals, long-term goals was very good. Primarily the presentation flow was good, but technical details, solution details, it was more kind of an theoretical session rather than a practical session. Okay. I see completely the solution, technical details are missing. Okay. See, the way you explained was good. The way you explained how you'll resolve the problem was good. But the content you showed was not matching what you were communicating. That means there was no solution architecture, there was no data flow, there was no technical problems, technical solutions, nothing. Even technical components are missing. Okay.
Okay.
Then the other things I could see is only you presented. I didn't see any of your team members contributed in the presentation.
Sir, they have
And
contributed in the content. Today, a few people couldn't join because of their meetings and so on, so I had to present.
yeah, that is okay. So primarily the concept you had idea was good, but primarily the content was not matching the presentation. Okay, primarily you guys are technical resources. So you need to match business, technical, everything together. Okay, one thing I completely miss here is the technical details are missing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I couldn't be able to comment on this because I had an issue with the audio. I have missed most of the slides, so I'm not having any comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I stop sharing?
Yeah,
Sure,
you
sure.
can stop sharing.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team 5, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Up next, Team 6. You may begin.
Thank you, Alisha. I think I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, respected judges and everyone present here. We are pleased to be here today to present our ideas on synergy. Before we begin, we introduce our team. I'm Ushasri, leader of the team. Along with me, we have Shanmugarajeshwari, Rosvin Sharada, Pardiyas Fatima, Narmada Devi, Harini, Sumelia, Bilvika, Manohar, and Yashashwani Sri. Together, we have combined our strengths to build a clear and a practical approach to the topic. With that, let's begin our presentation. Now I'm going to explain you the first slide. The given case study is about a company named Cinewave, which was before a DVD by mail rental company later decided to provide the services of the digital streaming. We are here to present how the Cinewave transformed itself from just a streaming platform into a data-driven, competitive powerhouse. Our focus is simple, how the data is not just supporting the decisions, but actually driving the growth and retention and competitive advantage. Now I'm going to explain you about the executive summary. Here, the Cinewave operates at a massive global scale with over 260 million users across 190 plus countries. What truly differentiates them is not just the content, but the data first decision approach. They combine behavior analytics like what users watch with experience analytics such as the satisfaction and effort scores. The ultimate goal here is that depersonalization and the long-term retention. Now I'm going to explain you about the business model. Cineway follows a subscription-based business model driven by monthly recurring revenue. The key metric is customer lifetime value, where it is around $455 per user. The important insight here is that retention is more than the cost effective than acquisition. So instead of chasing new users constantly, Cineway focuses on keeping existing users engaged and loyal. Now I'm going to explain you about the key challenges. Despite its success, Cineway faces several challenges like growth slowdown, and also we can see competition is increasing, and also content costs are rising significantly at the same time. Data privacy concerns becoming more critical. So here the question is that how does Cinewave sustain its advantage in such an environment? Now I'm going to explain you about the analytics ecosystem. Cinewave's strength lies in its massive analytics ecosystem. It tracks over 500 billion plus events daily. It includes viewing behavior like pause, skip, and watch, and also the watch patterns. It also tracks search behavior and user experience through CSAT and CES. Here, they also use the technologies like AWS, Spark, and Kafka. The key idea here is data is continuously converted into real-time decisions. Now I'm going to explain you about the core engine behind the Cinewave. This slide shows that every user action generates data. That data is analyzed, turned into decisions, and finally results in personalized recommendation. This is not one-time process. It is a continuous feedback loop. Over to you, Roswin.
From data to decisions. Change slide. Citywave doesn't just collect data, they use it to understand what is happening, predict what will happen, and decide what to do next. While most companies only study data, but Cinewave actually takes the actions immediately. That's why they are ahead of others. Next slide. Experience analytics. Cinewave focuses a lot on user experience. They check how happy users are using customer satisfaction score and how easy the platform is to use by using customer effort score. If the platform feels difficult, users may leave and the churn risk increases. So they continuously optimize the platform to make it smooth and user friendly. Next. Customer journey. Cinewave maps the entire customer journey from joining to leaving. They identify pain points like content discovery delays, payment issue, and device compatibility problems. This helps them fix issues early and stop users from leaving. Next. Segmentation strategy. They use advanced segmentation strategies instead of basic demographics like age or location. They focus on behavior and experience. For example, with over 2000 taste clusters, they can target users very precisely. For example, if you frustrated loyalist, someone who watches often but has a poor experience. Next, recommendation engine. The recommendation engine is the core driver of engagement. It drives nearly 80% of viewing and helps save around $1 billion in churn. Their key rule is users should find something to watch within 90 seconds. If not, they risk losing the user. Next. Churn and retention. Cinewave doesn't see users leaving as a sudden event. It happens slowly over time. They look for warning signs like less watching, lower satisfaction, more difficulty in using the app. If they notice these early, they can fix the problem before the users leave. Over to Rajeshwari.
Moving to content analytics. Cinewave uses data driven metrics such as viewing hours and completion rates to guide content investment decisions. These insights help in identifying what works and what doesn't, thereby reducing investment risk and improving decision accuracy. It also enables the company to align content production with user preferences and engagement patterns. However, a major limitation is creativity and storytelling. Success cannot be fully predicted using data alone, which makes content decisions inherently uncertain. From a growth perspective, customer lifetime value is an essential driver of decision making. In particular, the first 30 days are critical as better onboarding leads to higher retention. This clearly indicates that improving early user experience has a direct impact on long term revenue and overall growth. It also reinforces the idea that retention is more valuable than acquisition in a subscription based model. Cinewave also follows a strong experimentation culture with continuous A B testing to optimize user experience. This enables the company to make real time improvements based on user behavior and feedback. It also helps in validating new features and content strategies before full scale implementation. However, there is a potential risk of over focusing on short term results, which may affect long term strategies' value and innovation. As we know, great data comes with great responsibility. Cinewave faces major ethical concerns such as data privacy risks, algorithm bias, and the use of addictive design patterns. These issues can directly impact user trust and long term brand reputation if not managed properly. This highlights the importance of balancing personalization with user well being through transparency, user control, and ethical design practices. To conclude, Cinewave has built a strong analytics driven model where personalization acts as a strong competitive advantage. However, long term success depends on how effectively the company manages challenges related to creativity and ethics. Going forward, the company needs to strike the right balance between data driven insights and human judgment. The principal takeaway is that data is powerful, but it must be used responsibly and in balance with human judgment. Thank you for your time, consideration, and the opportunity. On behalf of Team 6, we would be happy to address any questions or insights.
Thank you, Team 6.
All right. Team 6, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The flow of your presentation was intact, and I could find that you have already done your research on what need to be given as a presentation. That was good. Uh, I just wanted you to know, like, do you have the data of how much is Cinewave charging per subscriber right now?
Uh, your voice is not clear, sir, actually. The last
Am I audible?
word is yes, sir, right now.
Okay. Do you have an idea or a data of how much Cinewave is charging a subscriber as of now?
Average ARPU, sir.
I know
Average
you might
revenue
have
per user.
you might have a subscription rate, right? If
Okay,
someone
sir.
wants to subscribe into Cinewave, let's say if it is Netflix, there is something in dollars and rupees. What is the subscription rate of Cinewave? That is what I'm asking. Because even I don't have an idea. I'm just asking you, what do you have that data? You're on mute.
Actually, we have to go through that, sir. Only
Okay.
that thing I didn't mention in that.
Can you
I
go back to
mentioned
the
it in
slides?
the yes, sir. Actually, I think so. We do have the data. 1 minute, sir.
Okay, I have one more question. You just search for this. I'll add up one more question. Is there uh, any identification of management induced issue with Cinewave? Any management related issue that you have identified? I think I'm audible, but am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, you are.
Okay. I think I
Uh,
posted two questions.
shall
I'm
I
expecting.
shall I answer your first question?
Yes, please, please.
Um, Regarding the data, the most common practice is a streaming type service. And the monthly plan, I think you're asking for that, right, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. It shall be around $29. That is in Indian rupees 500 to 550. And if we go through the 3-month plan, then it would be $74 and 1,200 rupees to 1,300 approximately,
All right.
which includes the thousands of live channels plus movies plus TV shows, also the HD, 4K, or even 8K streaming, which also includes the free trial events.
Okay. See, fine, thank you. And one more thing is, let's say you're purchasing a new TV, a new smart TV or an Android TV. We could find out there are pre-installed OTT applications in that. For example, Netflix or Amazon Prime or let's say Z. Uh, what is the frequency of CD wave application being pre-installed in a smart TV? Aren't they missing it out there?
Yes, sir.
Suppose.
Actually, why? Because they mentioned like regarding in segmentation strategy where the different ages shall be having different idea. I mean, watch list, no, sir. So in that, I think so it will fail, sir. Why? Because if we take an example of OTT like Netflix, it's more advanced than this Cinewave.
All right, all right. Anything?
For better demand, the Cinewave can opt to subscribe for more Jio or Airtel TV or like Sun Next. They can go and approach them and they can subscribe for them to get free access whoever purchases the Airtel or Geo plans.
Correct, that's correct. Because uh, Cinewave have to form a pre-old strategy a penetrative marketing. Like they have to look in for their changes in their pricing strategy as well. Because since the competitors are outdated, I mean made them outdated, new strategies in pricing and penetrative marketing is highly recommended for Cinewave as of now. So thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. I'm done from my side. So the next judge can
Thank you,
proceed.
sir.
So, Team 6, this Shiva here. See, overall, I liked your presentation. All three presented well. The content was good. The presentation was really good. These
Thank
are
you,
the
sir.
advantages, and I could see both business and technical things covered it. Then I can also see you also spoke about the key components of the solutions also. So
Yes,
these are
sir.
the good things, and you are also able to answer many of the questions asked by other judge.
Yes, sir.
But what the minuses are, sorry, you should have 1 minute, 1 minute. You should have gotten solution architecture diagram. It will be really great. Okay,
Okay, sir.
and you should have also covered other technical components. You spoke about AWS, you spoke about Kafka, you spoke about Spark.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but this three is not the only solution. You need to speak about
Okay,
your
sir.
storage, even like S3, Glue, Zookeeper, then security IAM, then you need to speak about Lambda functions, you need to speak about Flink. Okay,
Yes.
without these things, none of your solution won't work.
Okay, sir.
Second thing is, my one of the key question is why Kafka? Because you have Kinesis, which is a inbuilt component in AWS. Then why you are using Kafka? Any answers for it?
Uh,
Because Kinesis and Kafka are the same components. Okay, the work is same. But why you are going for Kafka? Why not Kinesis?
like Kafka is different, no, sir. As we compared AWS, Kafka, and Spark, individually it is doing the same. What we need is data-driven decisions. Like have we have to look after that, no, sir. Like whatever the data is given, we have to go according to that. So I used AWS
No, no, no.
Kafka.
What is Kafka's work here? It is an online streaming, correct? You are taking
Yes,
data in real time
it's an
streaming.
online. Yes, sir.
Okay, and Kafka is a third party component on AWS, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it is not an inbuilt component. Okay, the
Yes.
inbuilt component for online streaming is Kinesis. Okay, I am asking why not Kinesis, why you are using Kafka? See, I know the
Uh,
answer. Okay, so anyhow, you get your answers, but my suggestion is you can also use Kinesis. Second thing is you are saying Spark. Why
yes.
not PySpark? Why not you are using PySpark or Flink or Hadoop? Why you are going for Spark?
Sir, if we use
Yeah.
Kinesis, the cost will
Hmm.
become at a high scale, and it was fully managed by the Amazon Web Services so that we have less control over that. But if in Kafka there is open source and full control, we will handle the full control over the data pipeline.
See, Kafka, you need to pay for the third party tool, you need to pay for AWS, you need to have two pay scales. But if you're using Kinesis, it is a one pay scale. Point number one.
Okay,
Second
sir.
thing is, if you are using Kafka, you need to have two controls. You need to have two security models. But if you are using Kinesis, you can use one security model. Okay. So there
Okay,
is
sir.
plus and advantages. See, that is what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out what and all you have missed out. You have missed out solution architecture. You have missed out. You should have done one slide on combining business and technical flow. That would have been much better. Second thing is you should have also brought up certain things on management issues, marketing plans, your cost approach, everything. See, whenever you do a case study, not only focus on business and technology, also focus on other components like how you are going to resolve other issues in the use cases, like management issues, marketing issues. What is your strategical approach to resolve all the marketing issues? You spoke about Geo, you spoke about Airtel, right? So I'm not seeing those kind of things in your slide. Okay, so those things you need to bring up in your slide. Then the other components, I need always in a presentation, you need to see all the technical components which is missing. Okay, you only spoke about 3 components. That is not enough for this huge use cases. Okay, and also you guys need to understand the differences between all the components. I feel technically you need to improve yourself because you don't have an answer why Kafka Kinesis, you don't have an answer why Spark, PySpark, or Hadoop. Okay, so those things you need to analyze, but this solution can be much better in technical perspective. Okay, but overall the presentation was good. All 3 had a clarity on what you did. All 3 spoke well, but only thing is these are the small things which are missing. One common mistakes every team does is technically you guys are not strong. I am not seeing any solution architecture in none of your presentations. That means when I say solution architecture, there should be like how the data is coming, what is your data ingestion layer, what is your data processing layer, what is your real-time processing components, what is your streaming component, what is your offline streaming component, then how you are doing analytical layer, what methodologies, then how you are doing the presentation. But this flow I have never seen in any of the team's presentation. But overall in all this is your team 6, right? Your presentation was in a great flow, better than other teams. Okay. Thank
Thank
you
you, sir.
guys. Let's make a one. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank
Can
you
I?
once again, all judges and coordinators, and we wish all the best for the upcoming teams.
When is
Thank
the
you,
next
team.
session, ma'am? Thank you.
Thank you, Team 6. So the next team will begin presenting at 11:35.
Okay, perfect.
A quick reminder to all the participants that this session is being streamed live on YouTube. You are encouraged to share the link with your friends and family and invite them to watch your presentations. And also, please note that only the votes received through the Google form shall be considered. Thank you. Now I invite Team 7 to begin their presentation.
Hi, Alisha. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay. So, warm welcome and good morning, respected judges and everyone present here. We are from Team 7, a group of 11 members, namely with myself, Nitish, the team leader, and Vidya, Hemalata, Jasra Malika, Ruby, Darshini, Manikandan, Prince Kumar, Praveen, Kannan, and Hari Kumar Reddy. So, today, we are not just talking about a streaming platform. We are decoding how data shapes what the world watches. This is a sine wave where billions of user actions are transformed into decisions and where analytics is not a support. It is actually working as a strategy. So we'll show how the sine wave moves from streams to insights into a competitive advantage. In this slide, our case analysis is structured based on three parts. Coming to part A, descriptive and diagnostic analysis, which means understanding the whole system. Part B is strategic and prescriptive analysis, which means making wise decisions. And part C is critical evaluation, facing the challenges in how these models. And across all those three, one remains constant. What does that means? Analytics. It is a powerful tool when it is used strategically. So now moving on to the presentation, I'll hand over to Miss Vidya.
Thank you, Nitish. Good morning, everyone. Imagine this. You're opening a streaming app after a long, tiring day, scroll for minutes, and still feel there is nothing worth watching it. That moment of frustration is exactly where Cinewave was losing its user. In part A, we decode how Cinewave transformed this problem into a data-driven opportunity. Let's zoom out. Across 190 plus markets, regulations like GDPR and CCPA didn't just restrict data. They forced Cinewave to rethink how data creates value. At the same time, one small insight changed the game. Even a 0.5% drop in churn could unlock massive lifetime value. And today's audience, they don't just watch, they expect instant relevance. Now, here's the twist. Cinewave already had billions of data points, but the real question was it using them meaningfully? Because the market has shifted. Earlier, more content is equal to more growth. Now, the better experience is equal to the stronger retention. This brings us to the core decision. How do you recommend the right content? We have two filtering ways. That is the collaborative filtering, which says people like you watch this. But over time, content-based filtering asks but over time it creates a repetition and fatigue. What is that is that one content based. Next comes the content based filtering, which asks what does the user actually enjoy. So the solution here is very clear, that is a hybrid model which is driven by content intelligence and refined using CSAT signal. CSAT is nothing but the customer satisfaction signals, because clicks can mislead, but the satisfaction never lies. And that's the real transformation. Cinewave is no longer just tracking behavior, it is an understanding experience. Because in today's world, the winner isn't who has more data, but who creates more meaningful information in it. Thank you. I now request Ms. Hemalata to continue with the next slides.
Thank you, Vidya. Building on part A, we see how Cinewave uses analytics to understand viewer behavior and improve recommendation. But the key strategic question now is, how can Cinewave use analytics to drive better business decisions? So let's begin with local language content investment. To decide where to invest in local language content, we propose three signal frameworks. First, demand signals. High search but low viewing reveals clear content gaps. Second, customer satisfaction gap analysis. Lower satisfaction indicates missing cultural relevances. Third, customer lifetime value modeling. Retaining regional users is cheaper than acquiring new ones. But here's the key insight. Data can confirm demand, but it can't predict creative resonance. So decision should be data informed, not data controlled. The second challenge is balancing personalization with privacy regulations like GDPR and CCPA. Better recommendation requires more behavioral data, while regulation demand data minimization. So we recommend three solutions: constant architect redesign, transparent constant to build trust, privacy preserving analytics like federated learning, experience analytics using opt-in, customer satisfaction, and customer effort score feedbacks. This keeps analytics powerful while remaining compliance. The third opportunity is expansion into Asian markets. However, regulation differ across countries requiring market-specific data governance. Another challenge is the cold start problem, limited local data and content. And next would obviously be the competitive dynamics. Hence, the solution is simple. Collect explicit user preferences during onboarding and partner with local content creators, because ultimately analytics can't win new markets. It must be combined with local partnerships and culturally relevant content. But even with these strategies, Cinewave still faces several structural risks and challenges. To evaluate those further, I now hand over to my teammate Jasra for part C. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hemalata. But even with the strong strategies, Sinewave face deeper structure risks that analytics alone cannot solve. Let's see the core challenges. At the core, there are four critical vulnerabilities. First, subscriber growth plateau. The platform remained focused on acquisition while the real battle had already shifted to retention. Second, intensify competition. Today, competitors like Disney Plus and Amazon have matching analytic capabilities, so data alone is no longer a differentiator. Third, content cost escalation. Data can validate demand, but it cannot guarantee creative success. And finally, data privacy risk. Regulations like GDPR threaten the very data that Sinewave's advantage is built on. But the most critical issue lies deeper, a hidden churn blind spot. Behavioral data reacts after user dissatisfaction begins, meaning Sinewave is always one step behind. So the solution found is shift from reactive to proactive analytics. Use continuous microservices to capture real-time user sentiment before disengagement turns into churn. Another risk is over-personalization, that is content diversity. When recommendations become too narrow, users get trapped in content bubbles. This leads to fatigue and eventually switching. So the fix is simple. Include deliberate content diversity and measure satisfaction, not just clicks. Is the mode defensible? So the big question is Sinewave's competitive advantage still defensible? Data volume eroding, data depth is under threat, but one remains strong is experience analytics. The integration of C satisfaction and Cs creates a deeper understanding of users that competitors have not fully replicated. So the future advantage is not in how much data we have, but in how intelligently we integrate it. And that is what will define Sinewave's long-term success. So moving to the final part, I now hand over to Mr. Nitish.
Yeah. So thank you, Jasra. So coming to the final part of strategic recommendations, our recommendations are actually simple, but the impacts we face is high. So first is shift to hybrid recommendation, which is powered by customer satisfaction, which focuses mainly on the satisfaction instead of focusing on number of clicks. And the second is adopting privacy by design, which uses the federated learning and explicit user signals to maintain the trust without losing its insights. And finally, strengthening the moat by integrating experience analytics by not only because in today's market, data alone is no longer an advantage. The biggest advantage is how the data is being used. So finally, coming to the conclusion, Sinewave's future does not depend more on data. It depends on better intelligence. That means the real competitive edge lies in combining behavior with experience, like what users do and how they feel personally. That is the shift, which means from data collection to insight creation and into the strategic differentiation. And this is how our case study on the sine wave stays ahead. So thank you all on behalf of our team for your time and attention today. It's been a pleasure sharing this with you, and really a great thanks for the student coordinators and people who gave us this wonderful opportunity to present in this forum. Thank you all.
Thank you, Team 7, for your presentation. Over to you, judges.
All right. It's a decent presentation, and what I suggest is like again there are too many alternatives for a particular issue. See, I would recommend you clinch on a particular alternative and go deep into that alternative. So this is like, for example, instead of giving four opinions or four options, let's say all the four options are combined into one solution. So you can only recommend it. You cannot give a complete solution on the issue. See, anything that has been told or been discussed or called as recommendations. If someone is going to give solutions, anyway, would have got a solution long back. So instead of giving four alternative solutions or recommendations, why not going for a merged or combined alternative, which is one alternative that Cinewave is concentrating more on. See, uh, there are multiple issues with Cinewave. Cinewave need to make sure that one is solved at a time. You cannot address all four issues and go for all four alternatives. So go just take up one alternative, suggest that, and you call the other alternatives as incubators. So you keep that in incubation. Whichever is the best alternative, you use that, you finalize that, you work on that. If there is additional operational cost is required, you add it up, or you make the company public, take money from the shares, something like that. So you're gonna incorporate one alternative, stick to that alternative. If that alternative doesn't work, you can check out that alternative and take a new alternative for the incubator. But but the warning is, when you are selecting an alternative and you're working on that, there are too much of cost involved. You cannot just like that use an alternative, go in for a trial and error method and chuck it out and take it from the incubator. So you need to be very clear of what the particular alternative is, so that all the alternatives are merged into one and one recommendation is given.
Yes, I understood your point. Since it was a case study and a thesis written by us, so we were searching in that form. Sure, we'll improve our side. Okay.
Okay, I have one more question.
Yes.
Were you given an insight on what will be the uh, rubrics criterion of evaluation of what the judges are going to do? Was that given to you?
Yes,
You might be judged on what are all the aspects or something like that. So is it confidential or was that given to you? For
it
example, if
was.
you couldn't understand my question, I'll rephrase my question. Let's say you're gonna be evaluated on certain aspects, right? Let's say presentation, or how you are doing this or how you are doing that. We will be given certain aspects, right, in which we have to evaluate you.
Yes,
Was
right.
that publicly announced to you, or is it kept
Yeah,
confidential?
the criteria for evaluation was shared with all the participants.
All right, that is what I was asking. Because
Yes,
like since it was shared, some of the teams have not addressed that particular criteria, so where we can evaluate them, that is completely missing out. So that is why I was questioning. Fine. All right, thank you. That's all from my side. Over to the
okay,
next
sir.
judge, please.
Thanks, Vijay. Shiva here. See, Team
Yes.
7, what I saw is you had the storyline. It was more theoretical, it was more text. Okay, the presentation was decent, but it was more text and it's not more graphical. You should have made a presentation more in a very evoking and more interesting way. Okay, that is one point. Second point is I could see more of the more of the stories part rather than there is no screenplay or no technical details attached to your stories. Okay, point number 2.
Okay.
Second thing is everybody are speaking about GDPR, data privacy, regulation risk. For example, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
This platform is in almost 100 plus countries. Why only you are focusing on GDPR? What is the compliance for US? Can
Yes,
you say
sir. We
what is the compliance you are using for US?
also we have to do analysis for which is applicable to be used in all countries. But currently in this time frame, we have just discussed about the GDPR only.
See, for
So we
example, if it is USA, you need to use HIPAA. Okay. If it is European, you need to use GDPR. Then if it is Asia, there is a different regulation rule, and each of the solution is very, very different. So that's what I'm saying. It's more kind of a story. In real time, these solutions won't work. Okay. Second thing is, what is the component you are going to use in? I think so. You are using AWS cloud, right? What is the component you are going to use in AWS for encryption?
Okay.
Because you spoke about data privacy regulation risk multiple times, but it was only story. What is the component you are going to use in AWS?
So might be we'll be clear when we are moving to the technical part of it. So currently we have just a overview of it only.
See, there is no overview, man. When you get into a case study or proposal, okay,
Yes, sir.
without technical details, you can see these are all storylines. Okay, when you come to a conclusion, you need to have your technical components. You need to have a solution architecture. You need to know your cost. You need to know your approach. What is the timeline? I could see none of these in your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, your presentation was more kind of only stories. I will do this. I'll do this. But I could never see how you will do it, when you will do it, what is the plan to do it.
Okay, sir. I understood you.
Okay.
Will.
So those things you need to fix it. Okay. So overall, it was more theoretical, but the realistically it won't work in the real time industry.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, team.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, Team 8, the virtual stage is yours. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Good morning, everyone, and greetings to the judges and everyone present here. We are Synergy Team 8 from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and today we present our case study analysis on CineWeb and the strategic use of technology, use of customer analytics. This is a deep dive into how CineWeb, one of the world's most data-driven entertainment platforms, uses customer analytics not just to recommend shows, but to drive every single business decision, from current investment to subscriber retention. Our team of 10 has structured this presentation across three analytical parts. First one, the descriptive and diagnostic analytics. Second, the strategic and prescriptive analysis. And the third and the last one, critical evaluation. Now let's dip into the slides. First, I will try to give an executive summary of the CineWeb. CineWeb today serves over 260 million subscribers across 190 plus countries. And what sets it apart is a philosophically we call data first. Analytics is not a support function here, it is embedded into every layer of the business. Our report is structured across three core pillars, which are part A covers the descriptive and diagnostic analysis and analytics, specifically the PISTL framework, the customer journey, and filtering methods. Part B tackles strategic and prescriptive analytics, covering local content investment and data equilibrium and the Asian market opportunity. And lastly, the part C is our critical evaluation, where we assess structural vulnerabilities and analytical blind spots and the durability of the CineWeb's analytics moat. Now, underpinning all of these four powerful capabilities, predictive modeling for churn, customer segmentation across 200 test clusters, CLV optimization, and experience analytics. With this overview, I will move towards our first part A, the descriptive and diagnostic analytics. Now, coming to the PESTEL framework analysis, our first analytic lens is the PESTEL framework, which help us understand why CineWeb became so analytically dependent in the first place. Politically, operating in 190 plus countries means navigating country-specific compliance framework and local content mandates. So, this pushes analytics priorities towards regional demand signals. Economically, subscription fatigue in mature markets like North America and Western Europe has compressed pricing power. By going through the report, we get to know that 0.5% reduction in monthly churn rate increases customer lifetime value, which is CLV, by approximately $90 per subscriber at the ARPU of $13, which makes CLV modeling an economic necessity, not an luxury. Because a slight reduction gives a huge change in the huge amount in the subscription. Socially, binge walking, mobile first behavior, and general accounts have complicated segmentation, while Gen Z's lower bound loyalty makes experience analytics essential. Technologically, 500 plus billion events are collected per day powered by AWS, enabling sub-second query latency. Legally, GDPR, which is for the European market, and CCPA impose clear constraints. Non-compliance fan can reach 4% of global turnover. These are all the insights which came from this pest analysis. This is the political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. Now moving to the customer journey analytics of part A. Now let's look how analytics operates across every stage of the subscriber lifecycle. At the awareness and acquisition stage, channel attribution modeling identifies which marketing channel brings in the highest CLV subscriber. Even the sign-up CES score here can predict future churn risks. The onboarding phase, day 1 to 14, which we have decided the onboarding phase, is the most critical window. Internal data shows that through this report, 30 days engagement in highly predictive of 12-month retention, what we call the onboarding clip. Subscriber with low onboarding CS score show 30 to 40% higher 6 months retention. During habit formation, that is 14 to 12 months, the recommendation engine continuously refines each user position across 2000 plus test cluster, while post browsing CSAT prompts recalibrate ranking weights and at a given time. 1000 plus stimulations and are running. At the retention risks detection stage, declining engagement velocity triggers churn probability and score evaluation. Critically, a subscriber whose satisfaction scores are falling but viewing hours remain stable is a leading churn indicator, and only experience analytics can catch that. Finally, at the cancellation and win back stage, cancel flow analytics measures exit effort, and post cancellation CSAT shapes win back companion design. The key matrices throughout are CSAT, CES, CLV, and CSE. CES is the customer effort score, CL is the customer lifetime value, CSE is the customer acquisition cost, and CSAC is the customer satisfaction. Now, moving to the last part of the part A, that is the filtering methods in saturated markets. With such a crowded streaming in landscape, how does Cineweb ensure the right content surface? This slide explains the hybrid filtering architecture. Collaborative filtering works on the principle of users like you also asked. Principle of users like you also asked. It surfaces non-obvious discoveries and is great for bridging cultural genres like Nordic crime fans discovering Korean thrillers. However, it suffers from the cold start problem of for new beginners and trained to create echo chambers where popular title dominates. Content-based filtering recommends based on attributes like genre, director, and production style. It independency serves demographic but can limit discovery. Cinevibe response is not to replicate competitors' catalog but to hyper personalize within its existing 70,000 title library. Its hybrid architecture works in 5 sequential steps, which are steps 1 is the collaborative filtering generate 100 to 500 candidate titles, then content based filtering defines the ranking, then a contextual layer applies business rule, then bandit optimization selects the final display, and a CSAT feedback loop closes the satisfaction gap. The architecture is directly linked to the 1 billion annual churn saving value. Prediction on maintaining 80% recommendation accuracy. Now, the part B is the moving into part. So, now the we move to the local language content investment. It is these are the behavioral analytics investment. Now, how does the Cineweb where to invest in local language content? Because since it is used over 190 plus countries, so this local language content investment is very much important. So now moving to the next slide, that is the data equilibrium in the Asian market. This slide addresses the two important question: how does Cineweb balance personalization with privacy, and how it should be approached the Asian market extension on the data equilibrium side. So, and second is the GDPR and CGPA compliance, including the right to transparency in the analytical inferences. Now coming to the structural vulnerabilities. This is the now how can we these structures explain how the structural investment the subscriber growth plateau, competitive pressure, content exploration, and data privacy regulatory risks. These are the three analytical vulnerabilities we came at. Now directly jumping into the conclusion, that is, Cineweb analytic structure is simultaneously its greatest competitive advantage and the source of its most significant strategic. So the three results are: the first, different organization structure optimizes prescriptive intelligence faster than competitors and replicated. Secondly, the architect privacy resilient infrastructure, and thirdly, the embedded content diversity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, teammate. Over to you, judges. Shiva sir, Vijay sir, teammate has concluded.
Yeah, perfect. See, my takeaway with this team is the flow was business perspective, it was good. Bit of technical coverage would have been much better. And the presentation was neatly composed with the logo and everything. And including the charts and everything was really mentioned. The key components are well mentioned. But the missing part is technically you should have touched upon certain parts. You should have given an implementation plan. You should have given a high level, at least an implementation plan, how you are resolving the approach in terms of budget wise, in terms of technical wise. That is missing. But overall, it was a decent show.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And we will improve it, sir.
Uh, Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Overall, it's a good presentation. I don't have much of a query or something. Uh, but then more data could have been given here from Cinewave. See, the Cinewave's
Yes, sir.
data that is being presented by them. Let's say they
Yes, sir.
might be giving an annual report or something like that, right? If it could have been taken that data and analyzed regarding the pricing or regarding
Yes, sir.
the cash inflow, that would have been great. But overall,
Yes,
it's
sir.
a good presentation. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to give some input in that, sir. For the time constraint, we have just given the slightest of the data and the important one, and the elaborate explanation has been submitted through our report, in which we have submitted to the Synergy team. So this is what, sir.
And one more thing I would like to tell is not only for your team, in general,
Yes, sir.
there are 10 uh, students who are engaging in a team for a case study. What happens is
Yes,
when you're gonna let's say share the data or the slides among the students, we feel like it's rushing. Like let's say you're speaking regarding two slides and over to Aman or over to Nisha or something like that. Like it misses out the continuity. I feel next time instead of 10 students getting involved in one case study, why not it is reduced to 5 or 6? And one more recommendation is it is pretty easy to evaluate students if one case study is being given to all the 15 teams. But it is a challenging side for the judges to come out with questions because we are losing out on questions. It's going to be the same case study again and again. It is just the pattern that is changing, which is what is being touched by the student. So we find it very difficult to take out a explicit question and ask the student regarding the case study, since it is the same for all the 15 teams. So this is just a suggestion. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we both the judges are done.
Okay.
Because
Thank
yeah.
you, Joe.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Teammate, you can stop sharing your screen.
I hope it's done now.
Now I invite Team 9 to proceed with their presentation.
Okay, hey everyone. Good afternoon and good morning. So, can we start or we need to wait for everyone to join?
No, please go ahead. You can begin.
So let me introduce the team. So we've done a detailed brainstorming sessions. I mean, we followed an agile methodology here where, I mean, each and every member of the team have contributed in one way or the other. So we haven't had a designated a task assigned to any individual. I mean, instead, each and everyone has pulled in and basically, I mean, they've contributed in each and every part of this report that we've generated. So here we have Ritesh Mishra, who is the lead for this team, and then we have Lisha Dev, Sakshi, Gange Babu, which is myself. We have Divya, Vamsi, Clinta, Nurul, Roshan, and Hamiza. And whatever we are going to present, it is a case study about Cinewave, which in our case is, like I mean, a code name for Netflix. Okay. So this is going to be like a 30,000 feet of what we are going to present, all the data, whatever we have. So all the minute details is already submitted in a Word document earlier. It is shared on the drive. So I'll move ahead with the rest of the presentation. So what is Cinewave? So Cinewave is a streaming platform. Basically, it is an internet app-based streaming platform where it has about 260 million users globally, and it is present across 190 plus countries. And it has a title library of about 17,000, I mean 17,000 movies, shows, and all this video content. I mean the streaming content. So though it started late, I mean around 2000, so it has come with a data first approach. I mean, so we'll give you an executive summary of where it started and what is it core strength. So though there are, I mean, when the cable business is booming and there are multiple businesses out there that are being served through the cable network. So there is a DVD rental which have just started. I mean, basically, so it is a niche segment which has just started, and Cineweb has entered that market as a on-demand email-based DVD rental platform. And once it gained some traction and once it saw a decline, I mean, basically, it started off with the online streaming, especially with the penetration of the internet. So it found an opportunity and it penetrated into the streaming services. So its core strength, basically, I mean, its competitors and its rivals are basically having very deep content pockets. So Cinewave lacks that, but it relied only on the data and the analytics with which it started to scale up. So that is where it started off its operations. And basically by 2013, it started going for original series or, the original production. So it collated all the data, whatever it got. I mean, whatever data it received, instead of taking it as a historical data, it has used this data to make strategical and informed decisions for futuristic use. And basically, it has converted this data to optimize their platform and at the same way use it for retention of the users and to see where future investment should be moved to. And basically, strategically, it has taken decisions. So the other key challenges that are here is, so first thing is the competition. I mean, it is facing competition from other, it's not only the streaming application. So we need to think about one more thing. Since it's a streaming platform, it has a huge set of geopolitical challenges involved where, I mean, some of these countries, like especially China, which is a major internet users, I mean, about 1.1 billion users, they don't have access to Cineware. So similarly, it lost a significant audience chunk across these geopolitical demographics. And so that is one part of the thing. And the other one is still, I mean, as of the current numbers, I mean, the Nielsen numbers, I mean, still about 30 to 35% of the global users are still on cable TV. They don't have access to the streaming networks or the internet-based smart TVs. So they have to, I mean, basically it is present only in the streaming platform. And then the rising costs. I mean, along with the inflation, and since it's a tech-enabled, the major revenues or the major expenditure goes into its original content procurement or the production, as well as the rising costs of employees or their day-to-day operational expenses and their storage of data on cloud, which takes huge amount of data lakes. Okay. So that is on the other side. And then there is a customer churn where, I mean, the subscriber count keeps reducing. And even if it's like 1% reduction on a monthly basis, it is going to compound to about like say some 11 to 11.5% annually, which is like a huge marginal drop in subscriber base. So now, since it's a streaming based or subscription monthly rental or a monthly subscription model, their primary focus is going to be on retaining the customers and I mean making sure that the customers are satisfied. So that is where their core focus is being implemented. But there is an opportunity where they can expand out and see to onboard the new set of internet users or the new set of audience, rather than I mean not just restricting themselves to retaining the users. So these are some of the key challenges, and which we'll talk about detail in the forthcoming slides. And then we have the data insights, and then the compliance and other factors. So we'll move on to the next one. So we've done a SWOT analysis to describe their strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. As we discussed, I mean, their strength is their data. So basically, they've used analytics in the best way possible, and they've tried to build a huge business model out of it. And they were able to compete with already existing market leaders who have deep content pockets, and still they were able to make it to the top. And now coming to the weaknesses, I mean, as one point is the production cost, and then there is I mean, there are other any new or niche technology might be like commanding at the start, but as the days pass by, there will be a set of competitors who come into place, and even they'll have a similar advantage as this user, as the current provider. So basically there will be over competition, and they will have lower margins, so they'll have to keep on working on lower margins. So basically the average revenue per user keeps declining year on year. So that is one of the weakness. And then there is an opportunity where they can onboard new customers. I mean, basically expansion into new markets. So they've started off expanding into Asia, but again, as we discussed, like the major chunk of the major internet audience, they were unable to penetrate into China, which is like a bigger backdrop. So, and they can focus on, providing content for free, where, I mean, right now they're doing like a first episode free kind of a thing. But instead, I mean, they should focus more, and they should do a particular genre like kids history or something for free, so where they can onboard some long term users, and they can have the next set of internet users. They can maintain a pipeline of the next set of internet users. And now coming to the threats, yeah, there is a strong competition. So whatever these guys do, basically even the competitors start doing. So it is always a dogfight kind of a thing in this model. And the other thing is the legal and the data and the privacy. So basically, there are certain challenges. I mean, some of these algorithms, the core algorithm that they are using for prediction and for suggestions, these don't go well at all times. I mean, a recent case where Meta was fined for about $6 million is one classic example, where this recommendation algorithms include a sort of binge nature and create some addictiveness in the user. So they have their threats where there is a huge amount involved in these legal battles. So this is one of the threat. And so we've done a pestle analysis of the data that we have in hand, and where it is like, I mean, what we have in hand and what can be done. So, I mean, just to make the slides clean, so we just put in a very high level, just a one line bullet kind of a thing, but I'll explain them in detail. So the political challenges. So one thing that we discussed is, I mean, basically the censorship of governments. So where it is banned across in China, Russia, and in some of these countries, we don't have access to the streaming apps. So there are users, I mean, there are users who still access through VPNs and other stuff, but that is not the primary legal channel. So the other one is the economic. I mean, so most of the revenues are, the main focus is on retaining the subscribers. So that is where majority of their economy is spent, and majority of the revenues are spent. And one thing that they can focus on is onboarding new users, and coming up with some regional languages, partnering with some regional based apps and all, to lower the operational costs. And then the social. So basically, there is a huge cultural and cultural difference. I mean, they can't go for a one size fits all kind of a concept where they have one particular genre streaming across all the geographies. Obviously, they'll be having some friction in terms of. I mean, there are some cultural and racial differences which do not go well with the approach that they're following. And then on the technology front, yeah, technology is expensive, especially for the billions of records that they process on a daily basis to get these analytics. So they are going to spend a huge amount on the storage and as well as how they access this data. And technology is definitely not cheap for whatever they're doing. And one of their competitor, I mean, they have most of their storage hosted on AWS, which is again their competitor. They themselves have a streaming app, Amazon Prime, which is a major threat there. And then they have the legal issues, as we discussed about the Facebook example. So they have some other legal challenges coming up in the way they store and they treat the users' data. And on the environmental front, yeah, they have a huge carbon footprint being piled up because I mean they're using too much of energy. So they need to come up with some CSR measures where they reduce their carbon footprint. Yeah. And so these are again some of the points that we discussed, the key problems identified. So these are some of the things that we've already discussed in the earlier slides. So the growth slowdown, churn risk, competition, data privacy, and the rising costs. And their major advantage is basically how they've categorized their analytics in terms of tracking the behavioral and as well as the experience analytics. So these are things that we've already discussed. And yeah, conclusion, I mean, they shouldn't rely only on data. They should focus on other areas to increase their user base. So that's it on the slides part. So yeah, thank you guys. So if you have any questions, yeah, you can please drop your questions.
Thank you, Team 9. Over to you, judges.
Is Vijay there or I can continue?
You can continue. I think Vijay sir is on a call.
Okay, perfect. So it's Team 9. The presentation was neatly presented and the bullet points were very good. The content explained was good. The only few things which I feel is you should have provided some technical, business and managerial support to support the flow you have mentioned. I couldn't see anything technically in depth which is explained or mapped together with a business view. That is completely missing. And the presentation was very sweet and short. But these kind of use cases, you need to go with an flow which supports your achievable questionability. See, you said we will do it. The point is how you will do it and what way you will do it. That is completely missing. Next thing is, see, everybody speaks about the business use cases, but no one has the depth or solution to explain how we will resolve the technical business flow problems. Okay, that was completely missing. Apart from that, it was a decent presentation and well presented. At least the presentation looks neat, bullet points well explained. But only thing is much technically much have done better.
Sure, sir. Yeah, we'll take this feedback. We'll make a note of it. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Team 9, you can stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We once again encourage all participants to share the live stream with their friends and family to watch it, and also to share the Google document with them so that they can vote for your team. Up next, Team 10, you may begin.
Soil, is the screen okay? Soil, turn it to slideshow. Can we start, Alicia?
No, please go on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vaishnavi, team leader of Team 10. We are here to present case study on CineWave. Next slide. My team members are Amrin, Hariharan, Tiruvasaham, Suhail, Nitya, Vinoda, Venkatakrishnan, Yukti.
Excuse me, I couldn't see the slides.
Sorry, yeah, we're not able to see your PPT.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. Yes.
Should I start from start?
Please go on.
Proceed, proceed.
My team members are Amrin, Hariharan, Tiruvasaham, Suhail, Nitya, Vinoda, Venkatakrishnan, Yukti, and Gokul Raj. We are here to present case study on CineWave. CineWave operates in highly competitive OTT market where sustaining growth is challenging. While data analytics enhances personalization and decision making, it also raises concerns around privacy, ethics, and data-driven creativity. The key objective of our study are analyzing user behavior, determining critical factors influencing churn, develop intelligent data-driven recommendation strategy, and suggest scalable approaches to improve retention and maximize revenue. Next slide. From our analysis, we identified three major concerns: growth slowdown due to market saturation and competition, model limitation because of data only decision creates creative failures, ethical risk due to aggressive engagement tactics may harm users and compliance. Next slide. In this session, PESO framework is used to understand external factors influencing CineWave's analytical strategy. Data privacy norms such as GDPR, CCPA are political. CLV framework revenue mode comes under economic. Binge pattern, content freshness sensitivity are social. KPI, AWS, UI friction ML model comes under technological. JDPR, CCPA, DPDP laws come under legal. Saturated market, competitor, and energy are high energy are environmental factors. Overall, this analysis explains how CineWave monitor macro, environmental, and operational factor. Over to you, Thiru. Tiruvasaham. Okay.
Is I am audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, sorry. Here, analytic is applied at different stages of customer journey. Acquisition CSAT is used during acquisition where marketing spend is optimized. Onboarding CEF used to minimize friction during onboarding. Habit formation uses weekly session for recommendation accuracy. Next slide. Deep engagement is monitored by relationship CSAT. Retention risk uses exit intent CES for engagement speed. Cancel CES in churn to monitor cancellation friction. Winback uses return experience CSAT to study reacquisition strategy, resulting in the overall user experience. Next slide. How critical is collaborative and content-based filtering? Collaborative filtering suggests content based on similar users' behavior, but it faces challenges. Content-based filtering focuses on individual preference, offering high personalization, but sometimes resulting in limiting the variety. To overcome these hybrid approaches is used to the balance accuracy with diversity. Next slide. Over to you, Harigaran.
This slide evaluates CSAT to justify investment in local language original content. At first, we evaluate the CSAT to assess demand for regional content and support data-backed investment decisions. Content strategy optimize user analytics to identify gaps in available content for approval decisions. Search to stream gaps analysis, different user searches, and actual viewing to identify unmet needs. Collecting regular data feedbacks to monitor user satisfaction for CSAT tracking. Predictive models are failed because of lack of originality and cold start, rapid change in user behavior, which affects creativity. Next slide. These slides focus on ensuring balance between data overreach and CCPA and GDPR regulations. Ethical data practical limits the data collection and priorities to first-party data with transparent user consent. Privacy-centric design build interface that clarity communicate data usage also ensure the user control in privacy settings. The data protection measure the strengthened to safeguard the identity and used encryption to secure sensitivity user information. Together, this approach balance the personalization with trust and regulatory compliance. Next slide. In this session, we focus on expanding into new Asian market using data-driven strategy. We use regional analytics to understand audience behavior and deliver highly localized and personalized content experience. We building on this strategy by tracking performance through flexible monitoring metrics, expanding through strategic partnerships, and applying dynamic pricing based on user demand. Together, this approach ensure both relevance and sustainable growth across diverse markets. Over to you, Nitya.
Thank you, Hariharan. I'll now take you through part C, where we evaluate the key structural challenges faced by Cinewave. Subscriber growth has slowed in mature markets where analyticals can improve engagement but not create new demand. At the same time, rising competition from platforms like Disney Plus and Amazon Prime Video reduces the uniqueness of data-driven strategies. Increasing content cost also highlight the limits of predictive models as data cannot fully ensure creative success. In addition, strict regulations like GDPR and CCPA pose risks due to heavy reliance on user data. Overall, these factors expose the limitations of a purely data-driven approach. Next slide. In this section, we highlight a key limitation in churn prediction, the data gap between user behavior and actual experience. Behavioral data captures what users do, but it does not fully reflect how they feel. For example, a user may continue watching content even when they are not truly satisfied. This hidden dissatisfaction often goes unnoticed, creating blind spots in prediction models and leading to unexpected churn. This shows the need to combine behavioral insights with experience-based metrics for more accurate decision making. Next slide. Here, we highlight the risks of over-reliance on recommendation systems and its impact on user experience. While they drive short-term engagement, they can reduce content diversity and create repetitive viewing due to algorithmic bias. Over time, this may limit creativity and affect long-term growth. At the same time, analytics alone is no longer a strong differentiator as competitors like Amazon and Disney offer similar capabilities. Therefore, the real competitive advantage lies in using data to deliver a unique and superior customer experience. Next slide. Our analysis clearly shows that high engagement does not always indicate user satisfaction. Patterns like binge watching, limited genre exposures, and unstable user behavior highlight hidden churn risks. Therefore, we recommend shifting towards experience driven personalization to improve content discovery and ensure long term retention. Next slide. Building on our earlier insights, we translated user behavior into actionable strategies using AI-driven segmentation and experience metrics. By integrating CSAT and CES with engagement data, we identified at-risk users and mapped personalized strategies for each segment. This approach ensures not to just higher engagement, but more meaningful user satisfaction and revenue protection. Thank you for the opportunity. I now hand it over to Vaishnavi.
Next slide. In addition to our core strategy, we propose a few supporting solutions to enhance impact. Inclusive content can expand reach by adding sign language and audio visual support. AI can be used to reduce production cost and scale content creation using AI powered dubbing and content more efficiently. To improve retention, loyalty games and in app rewards can encourage repeated engagement. Finally, interactive features like prediction based games can increase watch time while generating valuable personalization insights. This increases subscriber growth, engagement, and reduce cost. Next slide. Here are some of expected outcomes. We can detect churn risk early, improve content discovery, derive sustained user engagement, and at the same time enhance overall customer satisfaction with strengthened long-term relationship to support more stable and protected revenue stream. In conclusion, from moving beyond a purely data-driven approach and to focusing on user value, privacy, and experience, Cinewave can achieve long-term sustainability and maintain a strong position in OTT. Thank you for this opportunity, and we are happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Team 10. Over to you, judges.
All right. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir.
One thing is like I felt the presentation a bit rushing because like you were so keen on the timing that was given to you,
Yes,
and it was like, come on, the person one speak to 30 seconds, person two speak 45 seconds, person three speak for. That was the thing that was being shown here, and the in-depth analysis of the case study was actually missing out just because of the rushing that was done by the team. So I felt that. Uh, the other one is like the management perspective in accordance to the AI usage is not being covered. I think that has not been covered in this. So check it out.
Okay, sir. We will do
Yeah,
better
sure.
next time.
Shiva here.
Yes, sir.
See, primarily, I liked the slides of the presentation in terms of the flow, like intro, objective, problem statement, conclusion. The flow was good.
Thank you, sir.
The second thing is I liked one slide on secondary solutions, which was really good. That is something innovative.
Yes, sir.
And primarily the Nitya slides where she spoke about the ML and the charts and everything was well presented. That was bit technical and well understood. But the data part of the technical was missing. So I would suggested like how you are going to process the data, ingest the data, and those things are missing.
Sir,
Apart from
can Nitya explain that now?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
No, actually, we have just did it like base of exploratory design, like just a dashboard. However, it can be extended to other models, like we can use logistic regressions and decision trees for other user segments
No,
and
that I
engagement
understood,
levels. Yeah,
Nitya, madam, I understood that. See,
yeah,
you are speaking about the dashboard. Dashboard is the data presentation layer. Okay.
yeah,
So you are
yeah.
speaking about the algorithms, AI, and the data presentation layer. I am speaking about, I couldn't see any on the
Technical
cloud
part.
components. I couldn't
Yeah,
see like what dashboard, for example, AWS, what dashboard? Are you going to use QuickSight? Are you going to use Tableau?
yeah, yeah.
You never told about that. So I'm seeing about the key components mapping to a
Okay,
problem
okay.
and solution and output is missing.
Okay.
But your slides on the dashboard is well presented. How you will do it, how you will gather it, how you will compare it is well said. But only the technical part, I felt it is missing. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. I think so. Judges' side is done. Yeah.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you,
Team
sir.
done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Alisha.
you.
Thank you, Team 10. You can stop sharing your screen. invite Team 11 to present.
Good morning, everyone. We are Synergy Team 11. How we collaborated as a team since we had sufficient time for this preliminary round. We followed a structured two-phase collaboration approach. In phase 1, all team members independently studied and analyzed the case study, then came together to discuss their individual insights and collectively prepare the draft report. In phase 2, we distributed the work, the final report writing and PPT slide presentation across all team members. This approach ensured that every member experienced the full life cycle of a case study, from individual analysis to collaborative drafting to final presentation. We will decode Cinewave's analytics model, expose its critical blind spots, and deliver 3 recommendations. Cinewave knows what subscribers do, but not how they feel. The gap is where churn hides. Cinewave case study analysis. Cinewave serves 260 million subscribers with a recommendation engine saving $1 billion in avoided churn annually, but a 2022 subscriber decline and competition from Disney Plus, Apple TV Plus, and Amazon Prime exposed structural vulnerabilities in its data-first model. This is what we examine. Executive insights, the hidden problem. Next slide. Cineweb tracks behavioral precisely, what users watch, how long, when they stop. But the frustrated loyalists keep watching while quietly dissatisfied. CSAT velocity, declining dissatisfaction rate, is the missing signal behavioral dashboards cannot capture. We call this experience blindness. Next slide. 7 analytical frameworks. 7 frameworks, each answering what the others cannot. What the other cannot. Part A, macro landscape, subscriber journey, recommendation design. Part B, content ROI, privacy compliance, ASIAN expansion. Part C, VRIO, is the analytics mode genuinely sustainable? Next, forwarding to Adi. Next, Adi, so.
Yeah, right. Okay. The Pestil Portal Hybrid. GDPR and compliance raises data collection cost. Narrowing what Cineva can measure and intensifying rivalry. Cinewave's AWS infrastructure and 500 billion daily events remain genuine differentiators, but the regulatory pressure is shifting. The battleground towards retention analytics, where data depth matters most. The customer journey map. Behavioral data show.
Adinarayanan, show the
Yeah, yeah. There is some problem in the video. Okay. Thing is, I am talking about the customer journey. Behavioral data shows what users do. CSAT and CES reveals why, and surface the frustrated loyalists 60 to 90 days before churn. Warning signals appears at every stage. Cold start onboarding gaps, irrelevant recommendations, library gaps, and stale win-back content. Collaborative versus content-based filtering comparison. Collaborative filtering drives discovery, but suffers cold start problem. And filter bubbles. Content-based filtering delivers precision, but reinforces existing preferences. Optimal split. 60 to 70% collaborative for the discovery rows, 30 to 40% content-based for personal and new users row. Neither alone is sufficient in a saturated market. CLV plus ROI framework is the financial numbers. Baseline CLV at 2% churn and $13 ARPU is $455. CSAT promotes carry $758 CLV at 66% premium. We assumed 2.2% increase in decrease in churn rate. Every 0.5% C is improved adds rupees $90 per subscriber. The frustrated loyalists represent $280 of unrealized CLV. Early detection recovers $175 per subscriber retained. Privacy by design. 6 principles including federated learning, privacy by design is a differentiator, not a checkbox. 6 pillars: transparent data dashboards, genuine output controls, federated learning, explainable AI, data minimization, and ethical CES design. Platforms treating privacy as a burden pay compliance cost. Cinewave can turn it into a trust infrastructure. Hands-off matrix: India, South Korea, Japan, SCA countries, China. Market penetration deep engagement in South Korea and Japan. Product development: ad-supported mobile first tier for Southeast Asia. Market development: our primary recommendation, India via federated learning, local language originals, and cultural hiring. China is not recommended. PIPL and Great Firewall risk exceeds native Moravi. Video framework. The full 6-row sustainability assessment. Only 2 capabilities qualifies as sustained. Advantages: the behavioral data lake and the recommendation algorithm. The experience analytics layer is partially organized, not yet delivering full value. The most exists but has a gap. Closing it through CSAT and CES integration is most defensible move available. Over to Nandira.
So, covering the 4 structural challenges, that is the subscriber growth plateau in saturated markets and algorithmic gap comparing to the Disney and Amazon like apps, and content cost escalation where models are not judged just by emotional resonance but the costs are considered, and data privacy risk as maximalist collection all compound each other. Next slide. This is the churn prediction blind spot. This is one of the way which shows the implementation. Here, the behavioral versus the experience analytics gap is defined. Here, the behavioral analytics alone misses 23 to 30% of satisfaction-driven churn. Adding CSAT and CES5 detection flags. Here, the dashboard shows the implementation. How the dashboards show the to the users, how dashboards show to the users. If you go back to the slide, here is the dashboards of implementation. Here we can detect the frustrated loyalist earlier up to 60 to 90 days. Here the results is retention improvement, satisfaction driven CLV, which is correlated to the profit and loss metrics. Next slide. Here is the strategical implementation of the software solution, like how we are going to try implementing it. The priority 1 is implementing the CSAT scores
as live ranking, which will be the major one to know the emotional or retention of the users, which is the direct satisfaction driven CLV related to the profit and loss line. Priority 2 is the below red line, which is the hiring cultural intelligence team of ethnographers to data scientists ratio for Asian markets. And the KPIs are the below one, like intelligence using the CSAT velocity scores and the trusted NPS, which show the loyalist detection rate. Coming to the next one, this is the strategic shift, the how the strategy is shifted from to the two. The content libraries are converging, algorithms are converging, but switching costs are near to zero. The platform that wins is not the one with the most content, it is the one hardest to leave. That means shifting from engagement matrix to the satisfaction driven CLV, means serving the subscribers to make them feel understood. Here, concluding to the main one, conclusion is CineWave builds its moat on knowing what people watch. The next phase will be built on how how they feel the customer is felt understood. The algorithmic gap will narrow. That is inevitable. The trust gap, once lost, cannot be closed quickly. So, the CSAT integration, which are the dashboards, the privacy transparency, which is the security one, and the cultural intelligence combined are the architecture designed to be irreplaceable. So, finally, we would like to say that these are the data makes platforms smart, but understanding people makes them truly irreplaceable. Thank you from Team Synergy 11.
Thank you, Team 11. Over to you, judges.
All right. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I should really appreciate your efforts in creating these visually good PPTs. Uh, First, thank you. Congratulations to the team. And I also
Thank you,
need
sir.
to
Thank you, sir.
comment like you have taken efforts to give citation as the other judge mentioned earlier. You have been keen in giving up the citations for the slides that you have taken. That is a good attempt, and you also had an insight on the KPI as well, which was lacking with the other teams. So
Thank you, sir.
congrats to the team. I don't have a specific comment on it. It's just an overall comment regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Vijay. This is Shiva here. See, overall, this is one of the best PPT we have seen in the morning. You have put a lot of efforts in preparing the content.
Thank you for understanding.
There was clarity in the flow, and primarily you had all the slides which covers the result, KPIs, and everything. Only I could see 3 minuses. One is one slide was too congested. The fonts were too small that you can avoid it next time. The second thing is you should have had one slide in terms of you had the KPIs, but you should have had one slide in how you are achieving the KPIs. Okay, that is one thing that would be very efficient. And 36 months for this implementation, I felt it is too high. You should have given a breakup how you are achieving on 36 months and that is the final goal. What is your quarterly goal or half-yearly goal? You should have projected it. And my last review is in terms of the slide was very good. Presentations, there were 3 cut flows, but you should have made the presentation much in better clarity. Okay, so these are my oral, but overall the presentation was very good. Yeah.
Sir, what may I comment, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, regarding this implementation plan, actually, totally we are changing the trust value. For changing the trust value, privacy is the design. Privacy design cannot be done at a stage because it is to be required a lot of modification, but it's worth doing it because the future is going to be like that. Everybody is concerned about the privacy. Every country is boundary is separated, so segmentation is there. So we have to give more importance to privacy and more important to the customer satisfaction, more important to the ease of doing work. Then for this it requires the engineering change, design change, UI change, everything is required. So that is why we have done it in the phased manner. We have first give data transparency, next you give CSAT integration, cultural intelligence. It can be in localized languages. We have to give ethnographers. We have to employ everything. We have given in a staged manner. There may be some differences in the stage.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
work
you, sir.
on the timelines also, sir, like
Sure.
in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Perfect. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges. Thank you for giving the opportunity to
Thank
the
you, team.
students.
Thank you, judges. You can stop sharing your screen. Judges, this is to inform you that Team 3 will do their presentations now since they were unable to do it earlier. Also, I will be sharing their PPT on behalf of them as they are facing some technical difficulties at the moment.
Perfect. No issues.
Team 3, I hope you've joined in.
Yeah, we have joined. We are available.
Okay. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Yeah, hi. This is Sudarshan. I'm representing Team 3 today. So we had a technical difficulty before, so that's why we weren't able to deliver it earlier. Sorry for that. And I want to first start with the thanks to Alicia for like presenting this for like presenting the PPT on our behalf, as my team members are quite busy at their work. They are in the meet, but they can't do the presentation, it seems. So thank you very much, Alicia, for that again. Just like any other team in the Synergy, this Team 3 has been formed in a jiffy. So we came together like a cloud, like in a couple of minutes. So from that to uh, making the slides and delivering it on time, and also even after having this much difficulties, able to at the end able to present this to the judges and to other team members is quite a achievement, I would say. Thanks to that for our team. Thanks to every single members who have been working towards it. So to start with, this is our team of 10 members, starting with Anandan. Anandan is someone who's been working for 15 plus years in many fields. He's in marketing now. So on to Anisha. Anisha is a Arabic translator. So she has been the team lead, and currently she has met with an accident, so she was not able to attend the event. Others are present in this meet, I believe. uh, so let's jump into the agenda today. Alicia, you can move to the next slide. So this presentation will cover introduction, objectives, challenges, analytics approaches, and then moving into strategic insights and evaluations, and what are the solutions that can be given to this Cinewave for this particular case, and what are the key takeaways and uh, that we can learn from this case study. So let's move on to the next one. So as everyone know, Cinewave is a global subscription-based streaming platform. It operates on a monthly recurring revenue (MRR) model. So, and its main goal is to maximize customer lifetime value, which is known as CLV. For that, it majorly uses AI and data analytics to personalize content. So what we would say is Cinewave's real strength is not content, but it's data-driven decision systems. So as we can see, there are like 260 million plus users, and they are operating around 190 plus countries, and 80 percentage of their content is driven by recommendations. So we can see how they use AI and data to analyze what content to deliver and what to do next. So that is a major advantage of this particular organization, I would say. So this is what we have found out in the start once we have read about the case at the beginning. So Alicia, we can move to the next slide. So we can see the evolution of Cinewave in this. Initially, Cinewave relied on licensed content. So, and then later shifted into the original content where uh, they reduced the licensing cost and built own intellectual property, so which is called as the IP. The shift helped them gain better control over content strategy. So and as an organization, they started as a DVD rental uh, company, then moved into license streaming, then moved into original content as we already seen, and then into a personalization at scale. So which is where the AI and data driven approach has been implemented. Over to the next slide, please. To summarize the objectives, our objectives in this particular case study is to analyze effectiveness of recommendation systems, identify challenges like churn and over reliance on AI, and understand how analytics improved customer experience and retention from maybe from churn or from like even new customers, and also apply frameworks like Pestle and do a customer journey analytics. Over to the next slide, please. So these are the core challenges that the Cinewave has been facing. So in this six challenges, I would say there are three major challenges which Cinewave faces. First is subscriber growth plateau. So they had a market saturation and focus shifted to retention, not like gaining new customers. They have shifted their focus to retention as their churn rate is higher. Then, second most major issue that I would say is they have intense competition, as everyone would know. So Disney Plus was growing at that time, and now they're like a big thing. Netflix is already a big thing. So there are multiple more OTT platforms like say Prime Video for an example. So their competition is so intense that uh, when they are focusing on just retention of their existing customers, they were not able to grow and are not able to deliver uh, what they have, what their target is. They haven't had to attain the target and haven't had to attain what customers needs. So even if they work with AI and work with data analytics, they are not able to recommend something to the customers to make them their existing customers to make them stay in this. So they are focusing on retention and not the new customers. So in this intense competition market, while Netflix and Disney and let's say Prime Video are retaining customers, also gaining new customers with multiple multiple series and shows and whatnot, like movies and stuff. So their competition was intense. That is the second major issue that they have been facing. And the third issue I would say is they have high content cost, so heavy investment in originals as they have focused towards us, and not all shows has been succeeded like what they had planned for. Over to the next slide, please, Anisa. So before running into that, what are the analytical challenges they have faced? I would say the over dependency on recommendation algorithms are one of the major analytical challenge that they have faced, which creates a filter bubble. And the next one is, as we already seen, the customers churn rate is higher. So even though they are running with AI, their behavior is not as competitive as others. So the satisfaction for the clients, the customers, is not there. So these are something that we found when we did the analytical research on this. And third one is data privacy concerns. Regulations like GDPR or CCPA has been not met. So was that the 8-minute alarm, Alicia?
Yes.
It was too low. I was not able to hear it. Okay, we can move on to the next slide, please. So when using Pestle, we can find some analytics to an extent where in each analytic stage of the Pestle, we were able to find something which affects this. So let's say for political data regulations has been an issue. For economical side, subscription affordability has been an issue. So the key insights that we took from the Pestle analytics is that external pressures increases need for advanced analytics. So we can move to the next slide quickly. So as for the role of analytics, Cinewave has 4 types of analytics. One is descriptive, which is like what happened, and second one is like diagnostic, which is why it happened, and third one is predictive, which is like what will happen, and the final one is like prescriptive, so what to do next. So this creates a data driven decision system. Over to the next slide. So as for the customer journey analysis, it tracks users from signing up, watching, and retention, which helps in identifying pain points and also like drop-off strategies. We can move to the last slide, I think. So as for what the solution for this case, before they had a data only decision and like generic personalization. So what we can do to improve Cinewave's business is like we can move into hybrid model where AI also along with human creativity helps in improving their customer, reducing their customer churn rate, and also helping them retain customers, and also gaining new customers. And we can use user controlled personalization where customers can personalize their what they want to see, what kinds of shows they like. And the third one is like they can use a ethical data usage. So the key takeaways would be for now they have to fix their churn rate. So they have to improve their churn rate detection and why it happens. And in the near future they have to move into hybrid decision model, as we have seen before. And in the future they can go into local content and also trust towards the customers. So that is from our side. As for conclusion, I would say Cinewave's success depends on combining data and human creativity and also improving customer experience. So the insight that my team has gave me is that data alone cannot sustain competitive advantage. Experience and innovations are equally important. Thank you, team. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, judges. This is from our side.
Thank you, Team 3. Over to you, judges.
This Shiva here, is there any other one covering before I say? Vijay or Bala is there? Okay, I'll share my comments. So primarily
Sure,
overall, I find this slide an average one. It was
All right.
more kind of an theoretical session rather than mapping to the case studies. Okay, it was more
Okay.
kind of, I felt what is prescriptive AI, those kind of education slides rather than sorting out the problem. Okay,
All right.
and I don't find core relevance of the case studies and the presentation you have done. Okay,
Fine.
there is no matching. See, these components are important, but I am not finding any core relevance to what we are communicating here. Okay. And
Understood.
then
Understood.
apart from that, in terms of content wise, it was more less of more of words, more of as I said, it was I felt it was like a training session.
Okay.
Okay, and but the initial coverage, couple of slides were related to the case study, but much have done much better. That's my comment.
Understood. Thank you.
Is that all, judges? Okay. Thank you, judges. Thank you, team 3.
Thank you.
We would like to take a moment to appreciate all the teams who have presented so far. Each presentation reflected creativity, effort, and thoughtful execution. It is truly inspiring to see such innovative ideas and teamwork displayed by all participants. We will now break for lunch. The lunch break will conclude at 1:45 p.m. Participants are requested to kindly rejoin by 1:45 p.m. sharp as we will resume the presentations promptly. Thank you and enjoy your break. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing break. We will now continue with the remaining presentations. Let us proceed with Team 12.
Good afternoon, everyone. What if I told you that somewhere inside every streaming platform there is a hidden world? A world where users don't complain, don't give feedback, they simply disappear. Just like in Hawkins, where things vanish into the upside down. Cinewave is losing users into an invisible layer of churn. And the most dangerous part, we don't even see it happening. Today, we are not just analyzing a case, we are uncovering the hidden patterns behind users' behavior and presenting a solution to bring them back. This is the story of Cinewave and Cinescence. Now, before we move forward, let me briefly introduce our team. We are Team 12 with diverse background in MBA, BBA, digital marketing, and data science. The team is led by Sahana, and the team members are Janvi, Satya, Lakshmi, Priya, Rohit, Malti, Sham, Amira, and Shravan. I am Max, the investigator. Now let's dive into our case study. This is the world of Cinewave, a streaming platform operating in the middle of intense competition. Today, success is no longer driven only by content, it is driven by how users experience that content. Users have endless choices, multiple platforms, multiple opinion, and switching takes just a few seconds. This creates what we call the streaming wars. In this environment, even a small gap in users' experience can lead to users drop off, and that's why understanding behavior alone is not enough. We need to experience the behind this behavior. This is where our analysis begins. Cinewave is not just another streaming platform, it operates on a massive global scale with over 260 million subscribers, processing nearly 500 billion daily events across more than 190 countries. But what makes Cinewave different is not just the scale, it is how it uses data. While others see a streaming platform, Cinewave operates like a global hive mind, constantly learning from users' behavior. This transformation is not driven by content alone, but by a data first approach. This is where the real opportunity lies, because even with this scale and data, there is still a hidden problem. Next, our brain, the elevate, will continue.
Now, this is where the real problem begins. We call this is the shadow monster. At first glance, everything is looks stable. Cwave has scale, data, and global reach. But underneath, there is a subscriber growth plateau. In fact, the platform is already losing around 200,000 subscribers. And this is not just a decline number, it directly impacts business value. With a customer lifetime value of about $455, even a small drop in retention can result in significant revenue loss. At the same time, competition is becoming more aggressive. Platforms like Disney Plus, Apple TV, and Amazon Prime are continuously attracting and retaining users. So, Cinewave is not just losing subscribers, it is losing them in highly competitive markets. And the most critical part is the churn is not always visible. Users don't complain, they don't give feedback, they simply leave. And that is why we call the problem the shadow monster, a hidden forces slowly impacting growth and revenue. To solve this problem, Cinewave operates through what we call hive mind architecture. At the core, it's highly integrated infrastructure designed to process massive volumes of data in real time. Using technologies like Astra Kafka, Cinewave captures high velocity data from users' interactions. This data is then processed using Archive Spark on cloud platforms, enabling insights with sub-second latency. On the top of this, predictive churn models are applied, assigning risk scores to each user on daily basis. This allows the platform to identify potential churn even before it actually happens. All of this is connected through a centralized management application, which converts insights into actionable decisions. This result is powerful, not just in terms of technology, but in terms of business impact. With automated retention strategies, Cineways can potentially protect up to $1 billion in revenue annually. This is how data intelligence and action come together to fight the shadow monster. To understand a predict user behavior, Cinewave goes deeper into what we call the dimensions of taste. Instead of treating users the same, it maps them into more than 2,000 unique taste clusters. These clusters are built based on user actions, what they watch, and how they interact with content. This helps differentiate between different viewing patterns like binge viewers and taste viewers. But one of the most critical insights is the 90-second rule. If users does not find something engaging within 90 seconds, the risk of drop-off increases significantly. To track this, Cinewave measures something called engagement velocity, which indicates whether a user is becoming more engaged or slowly losing interest over time. By combining case clusters with engagement signals, Cinewave can predict user behavior more accurately and intervene at the right moment. This is how they move from just tracking behavior to truly understand user experience. Now, this is where the real transformation happens. Cinewave moves beyond just behavioral analytics and combines it with experience analytics, not just what users do, but what do they do with. This is what we call experience fusion by interacting both behavior and experience. Anyway gains much deeper understanding of users. This leads to hyper-segmentation approach. For example, users who show high engagement and high satisfaction are identified as champions. But more importantly, users with high engagement but low satisfaction are flagged as critical risk. These are the users who are active but most likely to churn. To measure this, Cinewave use experience metrics like CSAT, CES. These metrics help connect user satisfaction directly to business outcomes, including major content investments. And with over $17 billion spent annually, making the right decision becomes critical. This is where data stops being just information and becomes a powerful decision-making tool. Because in the end, data doesn't just tell us what is happening, it tells us what we should do next. So next, our strategist, Nancy, will close the portal.
Now, to address the problem effectively, Cinewave focuses on implementation. This is where strategy turns into action. At the center of this is the XP platform, which enables real-time experimentation and optimization. Cinewave runs over 1,000 A/B testers at the same time to continuously improve user experience. This allows them to test what works and quickly adapt based on results. At the same time, advanced techniques like matrix factorization are used to refine taste clusters and improve recommendations. But implementation is not just about performance. It is also about responsibility. Cinewave ensure compliance with regulations like GDPR and CCPA, protecting user data and privacy. And importantly, they avoid dark patterns that manipulate user behavior. Instead, the focus is on delivering genuine value to users. This balanced approach between innovation and ethics. This is what truly strengthens the platform and helps close the loop in the side chum. Now, while solving the problem, it is equally important to ensure we are doing it the right way. Cinewave focuses on protecting what we call the right side up. This means strong governance and compliance with strict adherence to regulations like GDPR and CCPA. User data is handled transparently and users are given control over their own information. At the same time, Cinewave follows privacy by design approach where data protection is built into the system from the beginning. Another critical aspect is ethical AI. Cinewave avoids dark patterns that pushes users into unnecessary engagement. Instead, the focus is on creating a healthy and meaningful user experience. So, while technology helps to fight the problem, ethical and governance ensure it is done responsibly, and that is how Cinewave maintain balance between innovation and trust. Now, to conclude, Cinewave's true strength lies in its sustainable competitive mode. This is not built on content alone, but on a strong data driven operating philosophy. By combining behavioral data with emotional insights, Cinewave moves beyond just tracking users to truly understand them, and this understanding directly drives retention, which is the foundation of long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, judges.
Malati, can you show me the slide 1, 2, 3? Yeah, can you yeah, just put in presentation mode. Next slide. Can you next slide, please? Next. Next. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Next. Can you go till the end one by one? Next slide. Next. Okay, perfect. See, overall, the way I primarily missed the first few slides. That's the reason I asked you to present it again. See, overall, the content in the presentation was good. Okay. But the
Thank you.
theme you have choose this, I don't know whether in professional market this will be accepted, but the theme was innovative. But when you go to customer presentations in future and all this theme, I am not sure 100% whether professionally they will accept it. As an innovative perspective, it is very good. But in terms of professional perspective, when you represent the organization, I don't think so this will work out. Okay. But in terms of high level architecture, I liked it. I think so you are the first team covered the high level architecture, and not detail level, but high level. There were a lot of technical items and everything. The content wise, the business collaboration with the technical link was there. The key components were there. So overall, it was a good presentation. I think so. You should have added 2 more slides in terms of what will be the result, what is the roadmap in very high level, and how you are going to achieve it. Okay, these are the missing part. But apart from this is a good show. And when you take up any presentation next time, case studies, I think so you can bring your innovation more professionally. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Vijay, sir, should we continue? Okay. Thank you, Team 12, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Team 13, the virtual stage is yours. You may begin.
Thanks. Let me grab the screen. Yeah, can someone confirm? Is my screen visible? Am I now audible?
Yeah, it's visible, Varun.
Yeah, thanks for confirming. Yeah, we are from Team 13, and I would like to continue here are the team members list. And we collaborated among ourselves and divided the task in the case study, and we were able to come up with this analysis. And here is the high level introduction and background of our Cineweb, which was founded in the year 2000. And it started as a rental company, DVD rental company, and progressed. Today, it's a leading on-demand video platform. And Cineweb currently has 260 million subscribers, and it's spread across 190 countries. And the key business model which we operate is in three formats. It's like standard, along with ads and without ads. And we also offer a premium version where we support different screens. And as part of this Cinewave, we are trying to solve one of the major problem here is understand the gap between what the customer wish to have or would like to see in the screen and the recommendation system. In the current recommendation system, we have only 80% of the accuracy, which means that we have 20% of gap, which in turn it uh, causes us a risk of losing one-fifth of the user base, which attributes about 8 billion of annual revenue loss. So we are trying to solve this primary problem along with this secondary and other pain points. Now for subsequent analysis, I would like to hand over to Mahi.
Okay. Concluding to what Varun said, let me walk you through how Cinewave understands its user at a deeper level. At the core, Cinewave doesn't just track what users do, it focuses on how they feel, and that's what makes their segmentation powerful. First, they move beyond traditional demographics like age or income. Instead, they use a behavioral segmentation powered by machine learning to create over 2,000 taste clusters. This means they analyze patterns like what genre you prefer, how you watch, whether you binge or pace yourself, the freshness of content you consume, and even the device you use. But they don't stop there. They take it a step further with hybrid segmentation, combining behavior with experience metrics like customer satisfaction and effort score. This helps them understand not just usage, but also friction and emotions behind that usage. Now, based on this, they classify users into four key segments. First, champions. They are your happy, high usage users. The strategy here is simple upsell and encourage referrals. Second, frustrated loyalists. They use the platform at a lot but aren't satisfied. This is a risk zone, so the focus is on fixing their points quickly. Third, effort block new users. These users struggle early and don't engage much. Immediate intervention is critical to prevent churn. Fourth, passive users. Low engagement and average satisfaction. The goal here is re engagement through targeted nudges. So, overall, Cinewave transforms raw data into actionable insights, helping them not just retain users but actively improve their experience. Moving to the next slide, which is SWOT analysis. Our strengths include strong analytics, scalability, and a high CLV model, whereas our weaknesses are the wide gap and high costs. In terms of opportunities, we can use AI to improve customer satisfaction and expand into emerging markets. However, we face threats like intense competition and strict data regulations. Overall, we have growth potential but need to manage cost and competition effectively. Now, let me quickly summarize the key findings from our analysis. First, Cinewave faces a wide gap. It tracks user behavior but doesn't fully understand user intent, leading to churn, blind spots, and misaligned retention efforts. Second, growth is under pressure due to content saturation, rising costs, and increasing privacy and regulatory challenges. Finally, hidden friction points like content discovery issues, onboarding struggles, and technical problems are quietly impacting user retention. So, overall, the focus should shift from just data to understanding user intent and reducing friction. Now, handing over the next part to Shomitra.
Good evening, this is Saumitra. Building on Varun's problem statement and Mahi's finding, I will now walk you through our solutions. We propose an intelligent experience and predictive retention ecosystem which integrates customer data with real time feedback like CCAT, CSAT, and behavioral signals. This helps us understand the term why behind customers' actions and to improve retention, customer lifetime value, and to enhance overall experience. Next slide, Varun. For alternate, the before slide. For alternate, we propose an multimodal experience intelligent platform with conversational AI, combining behavioral and contextual data with chatbots and voice interactions. This allows us to directly capture our user intent, effectively solving the Y gap. It also creates a more engaging and accessible experience, builds trust, and strengthens emotional connection with users. Overall, it helps drive differentiation and long-term customer loyalty. The next slide. After evaluating all possible solutions, we recommend the intelligent experience and predictive retention ecosystem as the best alternative, as it directly solves Cinewave's biggest challenge, which is the Y gap in user disengagement. Unlike traditional analytics, this is only track behavior. This system integrates experience intelligence with predictive analytics. It captures real-time signals like customer satisfaction and effort scores and uses them to trigger personalized interventions like the right moment. This means Cinewave can move from reactive churn management to proactive retention strategy. Now, why is this solution a best choice? First, the next slide, Varun. First, it offers deep analytical insights without requiring major interface changes, making it easier to implement. Second, it involves lower cost and risk compared to more complex AI-driven alternatives. Third, it follows a privacy-first approach, which is critical in today's environment. And finally, it is highly scalable across global markets. In terms of expected results, the solution can drive 20 to 30% improvement in prediction accuracy, 10 to 15% reduction in churn, and a strong return in investment. In summary, this ecosystem provides a reliable and data-driven way to protect Cinewave's revenue by addressing the root cause of churn, not just only symptoms. This flowchart shows how the intelligent experience and predictive retention ecosystem works end to end. It begins with the user interaction, where 100% of browsing and viewing data is captured. This is enriched with real-time experience signals like CSAT and SES, especially since high-effort experiences are 4 times likely to cause churn. Next, the IPE analytics engine uses AI to drive 20 to 30% higher prediction accuracy through predictive and sentiment analysis. The insights generate early churn risks alerts and enabling targeting interventions that can reduce churn by 10 to 15%. As a result, the business can achieve nearly 1 billion in annual retention value. All of this is powered by a continuous feedback loop, ensuring constant improvement and scalability. Towards Vignesh.
Yeah, thank you, Mitra, for the great solution introduction. So coming to the summing up part, so what we want to mainly leverage upon is our strength and minimize the weaknesses so that we reduce the cost and we are very fast into the market. So time to market is very low. So in that, considering that into consideration, and this PPT has been focused mainly on the strategy part, while the technical part is already in the background. So we are going to reuse the same Kafka and all the PySpark. We are going to use the Spark for the input validations, and also the engine is going to be the same. And in addition to that, we are going to use only the ML learning algorithm. We have to enhance that with the new experience data. So in that way, we are not involving a lot of investment here. So that is going to be a first major implementation offset that we have. And then more moving towards that, we are going to use our in-house R&D for this. That's our implementation plan. And also we're going to come up with product solution using the existing architecture, which we already have. Just updating the ML model alone will be the point of change that we need to make. So under each phase, we are now going to look into the expected risk and the learning that we want. So in the phase one, we will mainly focus on the solution implementation, the in-house validation, which is called alpha verification. In that, we expect that there might be two two problems that might be coming up. So one is the efficiency of the learning algorithm and the fine tuning of the ML model. So we have our large database of experience and also behavioral framework. So which we leverage that to fine tune our systems. And second would be the ineffectiveness of the user intention policy or the policy that we apply. So for that, we are going to mitigate that using our hierarchy based policy approach for each and every user sets. So moving forward on the second phase, which is an important phase for us, where we will use our beta deployment strategy across different markets. We will have a target space of users who will be used both in-house and out of way, and they will be trained on the new use cases, providing the fact that they will not be exposing the other problems that are probable, other IP related tasks will not be exposed to them. So with that, we ensure that the secrecy is also maintained and we have a clear idea of how our solution performs across all the markets with the beta testing. Moving forward, the execution flow would be directly based on the subscription plan basis, where we are focusing only on the initially on the high level, high impact groups based on the subscription plan. So moving further, next slide. With this, we sum up the business impact, saying that it's going to give us 1 million per savings because we're going to have our induction engine reduce the churn by 10% and also increase the revenue by increasing one user to give us $132 from $11. That's going to be the main point here. Moving further on future impact, we have plans to have diversification option for our system as well, and also we have plans to give it to the CSR activities so that it helps us to be a marketing solution for us. So that's pretty much from my side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, team. Over to you, judges. Judges, team 13 has concluded.
Yeah. 1 minute. I had an issue in the. Just give me 1 minute here.
Sure, sir.
Overall, I liked the presentation. Okay. Primarily, it was well presented, including the numbers, and I could see a clear platform benefits which you are bringing out. Can you show me the implementation plan alone?
Sure, sir.
So this is the first time I'm seeing a agile-based implementation plan. But you should have. What is the timeline you are targeting for this?
For the phase one, we are targeting 2 months time because of the current implement. We take the lot of time to train our system, our ML system. We're not going for a new system, sir. So we expect that it should be ready by 2 months, and the beta testing should be taking up 1 month of time. And this is always a continuous feedback loop. So our system is going to get always improved so that we should hit the
But
market
what
by
is the
3 months.
overall timeline you are targeting?
The overall timeline that we target is close to maybe if you are very confident, it's going to be 3 and max it's going to be 6.
You mean 6 months, correct?
Yeah, that too it will be in a stage wise.
Okay. And no, I'm asking you, including all the stages, what is your timeline?
Yes, sir. It is 6 months. 6 months. At the end of the
6 months.
6th month, you will have your solution deployed.
And coming to the technical, you spoke about Kafka, Spark, and all, right? Is that you want to use it or it's already there? And what is the reason of selecting this technology?
Exactly. So we first of all, I think in the slide before, when we were seeing the SWOT analysis, we clearly saw that one of the main thing is the high cost that we had already incurred by getting this infra already ready. So we wanted to make sure that we don't end up creating new infras and new spend time in experimenting new tools rather than just increase our existing ML logic. If you see, can you please go to the second slide, Varun? there is already an information about we use ML to create 200 plus test clusters. So that ML logic is already available for us. So it's better that you reuse that ML logic to increase or enhance that using TensorFlow and PyTorch to update it using the experience segmentation. That's it. So that will be.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Actually, PySpark is also good for the big data. As you can see right now, it a a large number of data is produced by the 260 million users. So we need something reliable, and PySpark is the only thing which is uh, morally cost efficient and efficient in workload. So we to fit in.
Yeah, and moreover, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, you finish it. Yeah.
Okay. So moreover, the Kafka and the Spark part, I think they are that's going to it's already open source, and we would be able to easily maintain that, and it will be completely ours. So the existing experience that we have, we could reuse that. So that, because again and again the focus would be to reduce the time to market.
Here I have two comments overall. Do you have an architecture?
Yes, sir. I think the architecture is there as part of the, the Word document, if I'm not wrong. Here, this is the main flow, use case flow. The architecture will be, can I explain it in the Word? Normal terminologies like the user input.
That's fine. No, that's fine. That I understood it.
Yeah.
See, primarily my comments are in terms of cost wise. I think so. Your analysis on Spark is okay, but coming to Kafka, the main cost will be the data input and output. Okay.
Right.
But
Right.
similarly, you are using an open source. So by end of the day, the cost. See, you need to split the cost into two. One is modeling process, and that is primarily the AI cost and data cost. Okay,
Exactly.
Kafka primarily comes under the data cost. So if you use Kinesis, the data cost primarily will come down by 50% by default, which you have completely missed it. Kinesis is an inbuilt AWS tool which you can
Sir, we
use.
only have to pay for the data which we are using. We are using it to just store data for our streaming services. So we don't have to pay much for it. We are just using what we are just paying what we are using. Like
Yeah,
there are
that
services,
I understood.
alternate
That is very
services like
common.
EC2
No, that
and
is very
EC3.
common in cloud. See, that is very common in cloud. But end of the day, whenever you are using the data, you are going to pay. Okay,
So, but
even you are accessing your.
sorry, sir. Please go ahead. I just had one query. I'll continue after you talk. Yeah.
Primarily, it is always to use a native tool rather than an open source tool when it comes to cloud. Point number one. Modeling wise, I am okay with it because end of the day, your custom model or inbuilt model on AWS, it is going to occur same cost plus or minus 10%. That should be okay. So two things you need to cover always in this kind of presentation is how you are going to reduce the cost and what is your architecture, what is your key component, and why you have chosen it rather than other components. Okay, you should always have a comparison cost. Okay, so these are my take. Apart from that, presentation is good. Yeah.
Sir, one justification that we had was to, if we use the kinetics thing which is available with AWS, we felt we are already having a lot of dependency on AWS framework. So, yeah, so future enhancements, we will be dependent on what Amazon gives us. But if, as per our current framework, we are using Amazon, I'm not denying that, but still we have half of the module which is owned by us. So we have independency to do whatever we want as per our future plans. But if we should not end up becoming too device vendor oriented, but I accept that you say that it is will be the same framework, it will be easy to integrate, but I think we are already integrated. All that we need to do is to enhance the ML model that we have. So that's why we don't want to, but obviously we will rethink this logic, sir, because that was one intention that we had when we were brainstorming why not to go to kinetics.
Yeah, primarily, I'll answer this in two parts. One is you are already dependent on AWS because you are already chosen cloud. Okay.
Right.
Now you are multi-vendor dependent.
Exactly.
See, what is always preferred is single dependent is much better than multi-vendor dependent. Okay, point number one. Second thing is you should always think what happens if AWS is, let's say they are saying you're not going to give you Kafka anymore in AWS. What is your situation? Do you have an alternative plan to run the solution? That you should always think. And what is your migration plan? So you should always have a migration plan whenever you have an open source. And nowadays, all data processing component or the streaming component have a migration tool itself. So, see, you told somewhere that you already use Kafka, right? So there is already a tool to migrate Kafka to Kinesis, which is very user friendly, where you can do it. So whenever you think of these kind of solutions, you need to always have a migration plan, an alternative plan, and always compare the cost by data processing, not by model processing. Okay, data ingestion, data processing is more cost than model processing. Okay.
Yeah, sure, sir.
So that's it from my side. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Alisha. We are good.
Yeah, thank you, Team 13. I now invite Team 14 to do their presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Good afternoon to just distinguished dignitaries and fellow students and friends. We, the Team 14, are here to explain about the learnings and valuable information that we have collected through the CineWave case study analysis. The first part focuses on the descriptive and diagnostic analysis. CineWave being the largest competitive mod, having a 500 billion contents always delivering through its platform, having a global reach, always faces a set of challenges that test the sustainability of the data-driven competitive mod. CineWave is operating on a primary sector or as a prime media and entertainment sector, and also it operates in the subsector as uh, the OTT platform, and it also having an IT and as well as analytics integration. Coming to the pestle analysis, it focuses on regulatory pressure, geopolitical tensions affect content licensing, subscription fatigue and CLV modeling as economic factors, social like binge culture and personalization expectation, internet broadband connection and mobile first design principles, AI/ML data models that focuses on 2000 plus taste clusters and predictive churn models in technology. And in legal aspects as intellectual property rights and GDPR regulations. And in environmental, it focuses on ESG scrutiny and digital sustainability. Coming to the first challenge, that is the subscriber growth plateau. Here we have the strategic evolution phases starting from DVD rental era to personalization at scale that shifts the focus from the customer cost acquisition to the analytics driven retention, which is the far more economical way. And the second challenge is the intensifying competition that reshaped the Cinewave's analytical priorities. It focuses as the responses given by Cinewave by CSAT segmentation, elevating the experiences, analytics, and as well as the prescriptive analytics and churn velocity monitoring, CSAT trend alerts. This also helps in identifying the content-specific subscribers, reducing the seasonal risk. Now, the four-tier analytics hierarchy that implemented by Cinewave, where many companies stop at the descriptive analytics, it focuses on daily active users and top titles. The diagnostic analysis give the causes, attributes to new user churn, and as well as the predictive analytics with the help of ML models for predicting the algorithms for weekly analysis of day 7 and 3 months analysis on day 90, and also to the prescriptive analysis as optimizing thumbnails and greenlit content. The collaborative filtering and content-based filtering. Here, the groups users by similar behavior by giving prompts like users like you also watched. This deals with the cold start problem, which refers to new users have no behavior history. And whereas the content-based filtering, it overcomes the filter bubble that recommends attributes of previously watched titles. And this limited serendipity and reduced content diversity. Here, Cinewave comes with a hybrid approach where collaborative filtering for serendipity and CSAT validated content based on the filtering. This is the corrective approach for underserved niche audiences and cold start users. Coming to the recommendation pipeline, which is a 5-stage pipeline from candidate generation to experience feedback loop, including matrix factorization, embedded retrieval, and so on, with CSAT plus CES recommendations. And here, behavioral plus experience analytics comes into action and engagement velocity for reducing the churn. Next part is the strategic and prescriptive analytics. Here, the strategic customer analytics focuses on trust and engagement of the customers, the data-driven insights, personalization strategy, privacy, and compliance. The continuous improvement, here I want to share that the Cinewave can implement an approach where it is an integrated resilient strategy focusing on analytical integration, expansion of the partnerships, and as well as crisis management and also on the leadership succession. These are the technical and management aspects that can be implemented, sustaining the company and as well as the preparing the Cinewave for the future challenges. This also strengthens the trust. And here is the Cinewave's current system process flow, starting from data collection, Kafka and AWS languages for data processing and analyze the data, behavioral and experience analytics, a recommendation engine for personalized suggestions, and decision making and user feedbacks. And GDPR and CCPA regulations focus on the user empowerment and collecting the necessary data and proper consents from the users and ensuring the storage of the data. The third part is the critical evaluation. Here comes the second core challenge where the growth and as well as the cost factors come into force, and growth, cost, and regulatory pressures are different factors that increase demands on the business during this time. And the Cinewave always faces challenges that evaluates its ability to maintain its analytics-based approach. Yeah, over to you, Yogesh.
Yeah. Looking forward on critical evaluation. So Cinewave faces several core challenges, starting with the subscriber growth plateau. So in mature markets like North America and Europe, so growth is slowing because more potential users are already captured. To address this, Cinewave is shifting towards its strategic retention and potentialized engagement. So while also exploring emerging markets, next slide. Yeah, and also second challenge is like intensifying competitors. So competitors are leveraging strong IP ecosystem and bundled services. As a result, competitors is no longer just about content. So, but about user experience, personalization, and seamless accessibility. So, lowering switching costs means users can easily move between the platform. So increasing the need for highly relevant recommendations. And next slide, please. So another major issue is the content cost escalation. So in producing like before that, I will just just explain about the intensifying the pressure. So in while comparing with different platforms, so there will be a content based platform, ecosystem advantage, and device based platform. So next slide, please. Content bit is in the content cost escalation. So producing original content requires significant investment, but success is unpredictable there. So even with the advanced analytics, so creative outcomes cannot be fully forecasted, leading to potential inefficiency in spendings. And next. So also we're looking for data privacy constraints. So in the data privacy constraints, so regularization reduces access to detailed user data, so which weakens predictive model and personalized accuracy. So this creates a direct impact and on the engagement and the retention. Yeah. So if there is a data leakage occurs, so this might impact our users. So data privacy is a main concern here. And moving to next slide, structural, yeah, SWOT analysis. Yeah, here we are checking our SWOT analysis. So advanced data-driven analytics is enabled, and overlaid and strong content library. So these are our going to be our strength, and weaknesses like limited integration, relying on behavioral data, and high dependency on continuous content investments. And opportunities are expansion into emerging markets and integration of behavior and experience analytics for better insights. And yeah, and move to the next slide. Yeah, coming to structural vulnerability. The first, the gap between behavioral and experience analytics, what the next slide. Yeah, over reliance on the recommendation engine, and over to you for conclusion.
Yes, the key takeaways are as follows. Data privacy restrictions reduce access to detailed user behavior, limiting the accuracy of predictive analytics and personalization. It can be so this can be concluded with the help of three main solutions. Like Cinewave's data model is functionally mature by structurally fragile. Free priority should be guide the next phase of investment, the closing of the analytics gap with the help of the integration of behavioral and experience analytics through customer satisfaction scores and customer effort scores, and then rebalancing the recommendation engine, introduce diversity and satisfaction signals as first class optimization targets, not just focusing on the engagement proxies. And the third one is the built proprietary data assets, develop unique data capabilities, first party emotional signals, or exclusive content feedback loops along with the contextual data, so that the competitors cannot easily replicate it. So finally, this is the conclusion. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to share the valuable insights about the case study analysis of Cinewave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team 14. Over to you, judges.
See, overall, the presentation was good in detail, and the solution flow was well covered. And primarily, but it was more lot of text, but still the content was there. Okay, I think so. The solution component, I mean the technical business component, everything was well covered.
Yes.
But the business and technical flow should have mapped in certain point, but still you covered in different slides, but not in a single slide. Still, that was good. but it was a detailed presentation which was well covered. But you should have reduced a bit of texts and more kind of. You should have a box-oriented presentation, and you have voiced over more. That will be much better in next time. But overall, it was a well balanced between business and technical coverage, and it was overall good. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Also, we have covered the valuable information in the Word document as well, sir, including the previous model and the current model, and detailed information is shared in the Word document, sir. Yes.
The Word document I have gone through for all the people. So at the end of the day, when you do a defense meeting, right? Whenever you are in a customer presentation, this is called a defense meeting, right? In terms of real-time world experience, they call it as defense meeting. Generally, don't expect all your customers to go through a detailed solution in Word doc. You should always map your solution and have at least one slide technically, and you should have a flow. See, you covered everything, but only thing is you have skipped a couple of things, couple of topics overall. Like for example, you in certain points you should have mapped the business with component flow, technical component flow, which is skipped. But you covered in different slides. You spoke about what are the key components you are using, but that was missing. But overall, it was a good show. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team 14.
Yeah. Thank you, Alicia.
You can stop. And now we have come to our final presentation for the day. Team 15, the virtual stage is yours. You may begin the presentation.
Is it visible?
Yes, we're able to see the PPT.
Okay. Um, Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to the respected judges, coordinators, and fellow colleagues. Today, Team 15 is excited to present the analysis of how Cinewave built a data-driven competitive moat in the global streaming wars. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our team. Our team members are Naveen, Kirthana Amala, Harshanjan Sahai, Venkateshan, Nichena Metala Varun Tej, Avani Nath, Vineet Kumar, Yunus Parvez, Natarajan, and lastly, me, the team leader, Aniket Jena. So let's begin. So we begin with the case summary. Our first slide sets the stage. Cinewave has evolved.
We're not able to see your PPT.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, just a minute. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay. Cinewave has evolved from a simple DVD by mail rental service into the world's dominant streaming platform. Today, it serves over 260 million subscribers across more than 190 countries. But here's the key insight. Their success is not driven by content or technology alone. It is driven by a deliberate, data-first operating model. They treat every single user interaction, every play, pause, and search as a data point. However, the most critical strategic shift is this. A sustainable advantage in a saturated market is achieved only when behavioral intelligence, what users do, is paired directly with experience analytics, how users feel. This combination is the heart of our analysis today. Moving to our company overview, Cinewave operates on a tiered subscription model. The North Star metric is customer lifetime value or CLV, which averages around $455 per subscriber. But the era of easy growth has ended. In the Q1 session of 2022 alone, Cinewave lost 200,000 subscribers in mature markets like North America and Europe. At the same time, they face three mounting pressures. First, intense competition from the deep-pocketed rivals like Disney Plus, Apple TV Plus, and Amazon Prime Video. Second, rapidly escalating costs for original content. And third, increasing regulatory scrutiny under GDPR and CCPA. To combat these threats, Cinewave built a massive analytical engine on AWS, processing over 500 billion events daily. But as we will show, this engine needed an upgrade. The solution one is deploying hybrid segments. This brings us to our first solution, deploying hybrid segments. Traditional segmentation looks only at behavior. Cinewave's breakthrough is combining behavior with experience metrics like CSAT and CS. Let me walk through the four quadrants. Talking about strengths, high engagement, high CSAT, low effort. These loyal users should be activated for referrals and upsold to premium tiers. Weakness. This is a high engagement user, but with low CSAT and rising efforts. They are actively using the platform but experiencing friction. They represent a medium churn risk and need immediate pain point investigation. The threats. The threats are low engagement, irregular sessions, but high effort. These users are at high churn risk and require aggressive friction removal campaigns. The opportunities are low engagement, high search volumes, but low play rate in the first 30 days. This segment is critical. A guided onboarding intervention can save them before they churn. By acting on these hybrid segments, Cinewave moves from one size fits to all to truly personalized retention. Next, we have the solution two, which is the hybrid churn prediction. Let us look at the second solution. Traditionally, churn models rely on behavioral signals like viewing hours, incomplete titles, and click-through rates. But these only tell you that a user is disengaging, not why. Cinewave's upgraded model adds two new experience signals. First, CSAT trend velocity, that is, whether satisfaction is declining over 60 days, even while engagement stays stable. Second, CS spike events, moments when a user reports high efforts, such as struggling to find a content or contacting support. These signals feed into a central machine learning engine that calculates both engagement velocity and experience degradation. The result is a powerful shift from reactive retention, intervening only after watch time drops, to protective retentions, intervening the moment or CS spike occurs before viewing habits break. This is a game changer for reducing involuntary and satisfaction driven churn. The last solution is the ethical personalization. Our third solution addresses the elephant in the room, ethics. Cinewave's deep data surveillance models carries real risks. Without trust, users will not share accurate signals and the entire analytics engine fails. We propose an ethical flywheel with four pillars. Pillar 1, proactive compliance. Turn GDPR and CCPA obligations into brand assets, enhancing the download your data feature to include CSAT and CS history. Radical transparency builds trust. Pillar 2, eradicating dark patterns. Replace friction-heavy designs like autoplay traps and hidden cancel buttons with interfaces that respect user intent and long-term well-being. Pillar 3, correcting algorithm bias. Use experience analytics disintegrated by language and cultural segments to ensure minority communities receive equitable recommendations. Otherwise, feedback loops will systematically undeserve them. Pillar 4, sustainable CLV expansion. When trust drives accurate data sharing, Innovate can penetrate new market like Asia, without burning user goodwill. Ethical personalization is not a constraint, it is the only long term competitive moat. The final recommendation is securing the analytical moat. Currently, Cinewave operates on a model of behavior surveillance. It focuses purely on what users do. It optimizes for short term engagement and watch hours, and it risks relying on a dark pattern and algorithmic homogeneity. We recommend a transition to empathetic experience analytics. This model focuses on why users act and how they feel. It optimizes for long term satisfaction using CSAT and CS, and it builds trust through ethical design and diverse curation. Here's a bottom line for leadership. A mere 0.5% reduction in monthly churn achieved through CS improvement alone yields approximately $90 in increment CLV per user. Multiply that by 260 million subscribers, and you are securing billions in enterprise value. Transitioning to this full spectrum ecosystem directly defends Cinewave's moat against Disney Plus, Apple TV Plus, and Amazon. In conclusion, Cinewave's future lies not in collecting more data, but in listening more deeply. By deploying hybrid segments, hybrid churn predictions, and ethical personalizations, Cinewave can move from streams of data to genuine insights, and from insights to lasting customer relationships. Thank you all. Thank you, judges. Thank you, coordinators.
Thank you, Team 50. Over to you, judges.
Excuse me. The overall, the content was well covered. The presentation was well presented, but I think so. The deeper insights of the solution was missing. Okay, that is one takeaway which you need to consider. And coming to algorithms, you should have also focused on what are the algorithms when you will be using. That is one thing you should have used, because you know the problem statement, and each problem statement you can resolve it by multiple algorithm methods. So you should have established when you will be using what, at what context, in what cost. That is one thing. The summary was well covered, the executive summary, then the flow, then the problem statement, all those things were well covered. So only thing is the technical depth is one thing you should have focused, architecture you should have focused, and when you will be using what should have been focused. Apart from that, it's overall a decent show. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to improve and improvise.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team 50.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, we wrap up this engaging and insightful presentation round. A huge round of applause to all the teams for your innovative ideas, teamwork, and confident presentations. Each one of you has truly showcased creativity, effort, and learning in the best possible way. We encourage everyone watching to continue supporting the teams. Share the live stream and cast your votes via the Google form. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Director, Sir Dr. Ram Ranjan, for his constant support and encouragement. We also thank our respected event coordinators, Dr. M. Daniel Rajkumar, Sir, and Dr. R. Sitaraman, Sir, for their guidance and leadership. A special thanks to our esteemed judges for their valuable time, thoughtful evaluation, and insightful feedback. We also appreciate the efforts of the Synergy Committee members for making this event a success. Thank you all for your active participation and cooperation. Now, Our esteemed jury will begin the evaluation process to select the top 10 teams based on their scores. But that's not all. The excitement continues as teams can invite viewers to vote for their teams via the Google form, competing for a spot in the wildcard round. Audience voting will remain open until 3:30 p.m., so do not miss your chance to support your favorite team. And the moment we're all waiting for, at 3:35 or 3:40, we will announce the top two wildcard teams with the highest votes. So keep the energy high and the votes coming. Stay tuned for the next and final segment of Synergy, the grand finale, happening tomorrow, 11th April 2026. Every spark of creativity, every ounce of effort weaves a richer tapestry of achievement. Signing off, Sayeda Alicia Sheriar, Student Coordinator for Synergy. Thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead.